Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie?
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia?
Here.
Alexis Grimes?
Here.
Sade Fashokun?
Here.
Aaron Johnson?
Here.
Christine Maurer?
Here.
Anna Smith?
Here. All right. With a quorum of the board present, it is 6:17, and I call this meeting to order. We will go ahead with the first item on our agenda, our opening ceremony, our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, I will say this evening, we are welcoming 3 members of the Rouse High School Marching Band Trumpet Section. In 2021, they were the state silver medalist. Mason, I'm sorry, let's make sure I get this right. Mason Azios, they didn't put in the sound on it. Azios, am I saying that? Y'all can nod. Azios, okay. Mason Azios is a sophomore, a trumpet section leader, and second year honors band member. Olivia Frank is a junior, wind ensemble, 1920 all region, 21-22 UIL soloist, and Carson Frank is a freshman, honor band member, 21-22 all region, second place, an International Trumpet Guild Conference finalist, May 2022. We need to have you come back and play the trumpet is what I'm thinking.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, board members, we'll move on to our communication announcement. Superintendent remarks.
I have nothing this evening. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Board members, as we get ready to go in our board member remarks, I want to point out actually what our board operating procedures say about this agenda item. It's a standing item in the agenda and notice of regular board meetings. This item allows board members to highlight announcements of our attendance at school and community events, visits to campus, recognitions of outstanding performances by the district staff and students, and recognition of new programs and special activities and committee updates. This agenda item is not an opportunity for trustees to make a statement, general or otherwise, about these positions or issues or conditions in the district community or to provide commentary on a topic. The last part is because as you know, our remarks are not supposed to be back and forth discussion. If we have back and forth discussion, that's when they're an agenda topic, and we can totally put that on there. The committee updates are important, and that's actually what I wanted to point out, is that on the committee updates, there are district committees that we sit on, and so it's important to hear kind of what's going on with our district committees, and there are also internal committees. Please make sure that you've got a chair named, and you turn it into Mitchie if you haven't done so already, so that chairs can make sure our board all knows kind of what's going on with our internal meetings. I will say, as chair of the legislative committee, we did meet this week to discuss outreach with the community on our legislative priorities. We also discussed outreach with lawmakers, as well as reviewed upcoming hearings that will impact public education and our students' learning in the classroom. I'll also note that as a district committee, the Safety and Security Committee met. It is not an internal one, but trustees do sit on it. Alexis and I were there. Normally this meeting is basically go straight to closed. This time there was a touch and open, and I think next time there will be some in open as well. The district has said they're going to make sure that they advertise that, and they'll have to thread that needle because the strategies and the actual safety plan is discussed in closed, so you want to manage expectation for the community that there is what will be an open. But the district's going to go forth and be putting that information out, and I do hope that we can continue to hear what's going on with our committees that we're all working on. I know we're busy. The other thing is, as I'd like to say, is that I did get to participate in our leadership event on Monday for the district. We had principals there, we had administration. I am very hopeful. I will point out that there was a team building event that happened, and in the team building event, people were grouped together by sandwiches and their favorite. And what I'd like to point out, and that my little chuckle for the day, was there was absolutely no bologna in LISD. Just saying. I was also fortunate on Tuesday night. Yeah, it is a dad joke, but it's a mom one. On Tuesday night, July 19th, I was able to attend the Cedar Park National Night Out kickoff party. It was tremendous. You can find out more about the events at the Cedar Park Police Department website. I'll say they took first place last year for this program. It's an excellent program to find out more about. I also loved their opening remarks. They noted that it's time for us to come together and connect as a community.
Trish told all the highlights of the week. I was at all those things with you. So we did have the Long Range Facilities Committee meeting also in preparation for tonight's presentation, and so that will be an update coming. I was at the Safety and Security Summit meeting as well, and we're doing excellent work there, and we will have that August 8th special meeting for the community preparation for some additional high school forums coming soon. So there'll be more information on that coming. And then I also had my different hat, my One Star Foundation Committee meeting today. And so we've extended, the One Star Foundation promotes volunteerism in the state of Texas. And so they are extending their deadline. If you would like to volunteer, nominate a volunteer or nonprofit organization, that information is on my Twitter or on my Facebook, or on onestarfoundation.org. But you can nominate an example of a great volunteer or organization to receive recognition from the governor.
Just one little thing. It is a big thing, though. The Wiley Middle School Band was named State Honor Band today. That is the highest award that a band can receive for concerts. They are a Rouse feeder, so congratulations to our Rouse Band folks there. That is great. And I just want to say Vista Ridge did end up in the top 10 as well, so congratulations to them. It is a hard thing to do. It is a blind listening. We start at region, then they go to area, then they go to state, and even to make it to those finals is really difficult. So congratulations to the Hebron Band. They are named the State Honor Band for high school, so congratulations to them.
I've been busy. For those that don't know, I was picked to serve on the MASBA Strategic Planning Committee. I'm super excited. We're putting together a strategic plan for the next 5 years. MASBA is the Mexican American School Board Association, so I'm super excited to bring what I learned from our strategic planning to MASBA and see where that goes. I was also with Trish at the Summer Leadership Retreat. Bruce, I love the message. We got to take care of our teachers. It really resonated, and I felt like the room, it was a good kickoff. It wasn't a lot like last year where we all went in meltdown mode because of COVID, but it was good. It made my heart happy. But I think what I loved about it is listening to our educators and the plans that they have for this year, but a lot of how our strategic plan and our graduate plan is guiding them this year. So that was really amazing to see the work that we've done as a board make it to the next level. And shameless plug as well, y'all know that I serve as the event chair for the Williamson County Children's Advocacy Center. And if y'all look on the back of your thing, we have a little ad. We have a purse bingo coming up. Those that don't know, but we serve children in Leander ISD at this center, and it is a fantastic center that I'm so happy Williamson County has one of the best advocacy centers in the state. So if y'all are interested, check it out. And save the date, Mudsicle, September 24th. It's gonna be fantastic, fun, and muddy.
One last save the date to add in there is our backpack attack, and there's volunteers. If you go to the LISD website or our Facebook, there's sign up for the setup and then also for distribution day. And it's really amazing way to get backpacks filled with school supplies to our students that need them the most. Leaf is always there handing out books, and there's also other resources that are just distributed with PTA clothes closet, lots of opportunities to get resources to our students that are most in need.
I have some prepared remarks for this evening, if you'll allow me just a few minutes. I have made the very difficult decision that I will not be running for re-election. This has been a wrenching decision for me and for my family. There's a lot at stake, and our passion as a family for the issues in public education is as strong as it's ever been. But our family has made a lot of sacrifices for a long time, and we've decided to step away from board service. My years of service on the board could not have been possible without the support of my wife, Heather, and our whole family. We have literally invested many years of blood, sweat, tears, and money in public education and Leander ISD. Several years ago, Heather fell and broke her kneecap block walking for my campaign. Then a year and a half ago, just as COVID was emerging, Heather was diagnosed with breast cancer. It has been a long, difficult, and demanding journey to preserve and restore her health. But we've remained supportive of each other, and we've continued this decades-long commitment to Leander ISD, and I'm deeply grateful for her love and support. Education has been important to our family. My mom is a retired teacher. And even while I was very young, growing up in suburban Minneapolis and benefiting from a very high quality public education, I could see the power of education to transform lives and possibilities. I could see how my academic efforts and successes could help propel me to achieve my own goals for my career and family. Heather and I met in college, and we moved to the area in 1999 after she helped put me through law school. Within a few years, our two sons had arrived, and in 2003, we made a very intentional decision to move from our home in Round Rock ISD to our current home in Leander ISD. We lived nearby for 4 years. We'd done our homework, and like so many of you, we chose to be here. We knew we were investing in our children. We were investing in LISD. We bought the home we still live in, and Leander ISD has been the only school district our two sons and two daughters have ever known. However, it didn't take long for Heather and I to develop some concerns about our investment. We visited our oldest son's kindergarten classroom near the end of the year, excited to celebrate his learning and accomplishments with him. As part of that visit, he showed us his writing journal. We could see how his writing had progressed from the start of the year, but we also discovered that his progress had suddenly stopped mid-year. He had written the same journal entry, word, for most of the second half of the school year. We expected better. We knew that hundreds and thousands of families like ours were choosing LISD, hungry for a great education and all that a quality education would mean for their children. We knew all these families needed strong advocates on our school board to partner with district administrators and teachers to ensure those expectations became reality.
Aaron, I really appreciate your remarks. Let me ask you something as you continue. Is this going to want to cause a back and forth among school board members that will put us in an agenda violation?
It is a complete statement that will not invite or encourage any back and forth.
So there's nobody that's going to need to feel like they need to correct a record or okay.
No, I don't anticipate any correction required. I attended board meetings. I listened a lot. I read a lot. I learned a lot. But we became more deeply concerned by what we saw as a lack of urgency, a lack of passion, and an inadequate commitment at the board level to the academic progress of our children by supporting the highest academic standards. So in 2006, I ran for place 2 on the board, the seat now occupied by Gloria. At that time, Don Heisel served in that place. It was a 3-person race, and we all ran strong campaigns, but Mr. Heisel received the most votes and was reelected. I later had the pleasure of serving on the board with Don and can now call him a friend. Disappointed, but still committed, I continued to attend meetings, I continued to listen, and we continued to be concerned. So in 2007, I ran again. This time I ran for place 4 on the board, the seat now occupied by Anna. At that time, Grace Barber Jordan served there. It was another close race, but I once again fell short, and I also had an opportunity to serve on the board with Grace, and we are also friends now. Discouraged by this second loss, we retired from running for school board. I recycled all of my campaign signs, and we focused on helping our own young children at home. Until Jim Sneeringer approached me in 2011. He told me he was stepping down from the board, and he wondered if I would be interested in running again. I eventually agreed, and with a lot of help, was elected in May of 2011. And it has been my pleasure to represent our community and place 6 on the board ever since. In the 19 years since we moved to LISD, and the 17 years and counting that we've had children enrolled in LISD, and the 16 years I've been running for or serving on the LISD board, our family has sacrificed a lot. We're not alone in this investment, far from it, and it's nothing new. These kinds of sacrifices are key to making public education successful. I tell you all of this to illustrate that these are not the actions of people intent on destroying public education. Can we please remove such ridiculous suggestions from our dialogue? Principled disagreements about the direction of public education are not expressions of hostility toward public education. Rather, they express a love and appreciation for public education and a desire to protect what we value most about public education. Suggesting otherwise demonstrates an unfortunate lack of emotional intelligence and empathy. Unfortunately, demonizing comments like these and far worse have proliferated on all sides of our public education debates. They need to stop. They might be understandable as a function of the deep convictions and passions we feel, but they are dehumanizing to both the speaker and the target. In the current political climate in America, red communities tend to have red schools and blue communities tend to have blue schools. But purple communities seem to have become consumed by an uncivilized civil war for the future of their school districts. LISD is situated in one of these purple communities. It is time we begin working to resolve our division. The upcoming campaign season will be a major test for our community. Equally important to the contest of ideas will be the quest for humanity, empathy, and understanding. Public education has been tasked to carry a lot of water for a lot of different interests in recent years. Its scope has grown significantly beyond core academics and standard extracurriculars. With this change in scope, we have too often failed to consider what happens when students are compelled to attend schools where parents disagree with what is being taught. As we've seen, discontent can be displayed in many different ways. In America, we don't believe in forcing people to do things they don't want to do. And that goes double for forcing minors to attend school where the content and activities creep well past what their parents want. We have a choice to make. We're at a decision point. Either our schools work for everyone they serve, or we will drive significant segments of our community away in pursuit of schools they find more comfortable and more compatible. To all the candidates, if you want my vote or those of my voting family members, there are just a few essential expectations. Public education can't be everything to everyone. It must return to its core purpose and serve the academic needs of each student, not the needs of special interests. It must include a common foundational body of knowledge, a set of skills in reasoning and analysis, and an orientation towards civics, citizenship, and community. This isn't everything students need to be successful, but these are the things we all expect public education to provide to our children. On top of these 3 things, there is one critical deal breaker. Public education cannot undermine or contradict the religious, spiritual, or moral teachings my children receive at home. This impacts a range of topics. I have no right to burden you with my specific views. I respect.
I appreciate your comments. I think there's a place and a time for them.
If you'll allow me.
The board members are going to pitch a fit in a bit. Our board member remarks, as we are adopted by our board operating procedures, really don't allow the opportunity. I know since you wanted to announce that, well, since I heard, you didn't tell me ahead of time, but as you're reading, you wanted to announce your position. I felt like, I looked at the board members, I felt like we were giving you the okay to do that. It feels like we're going into a different territory, and that's not what we agreed upon of how we're going to operate. If the board members are okay with allowing, that's one thing, but that is not how we set that out in our board operating procedures. There's not speeches or comments like that.
I think in our last board bylaws that we did, we addressed this because we kind of talked about if each of us brought a speech at the start of every of every board comments, especially during election season, that it would be problematic. And so we specifically addressed this, that this wasn't. And I did look at you like, oh, I think he wants to say he's not running, and I think that's okay. But I do feel now it's going into something else.
I only have a few paragraphs left. I'm almost done. If you'll allow me to finish, I would be happy to conclude my remarks.
I'm a little worried when we start talking about if you want my vote, this is what we need to do. That's
Well,
the part that's concerning to me.
Let's not do discussions. Again, that's why I wanted to be sure we stayed out of agenda territory. I tell you what, we will take a 2-minute recess. I will consult with Sean about our board operating procedures to make sure that we're all operating the way we said we would do as a board. We'll get Aaron's, Sean can follow up with Aaron, and we'll go from there. So we'll go ahead and take a 2-minute quick recess. 6:38, 6:40. All right, it is 6:42. We are back in open session. Sean, would you please give us?
Okay, I'm just going to recap briefly the discussion I had with board leadership. In your board operating procedures, which are available online on page 5 of 18, under section C, sorry, that's mine. Got a delay on mine. Under the section board member remarks, it articulates what will be allowed in that standing agenda item. So it says that you'll have a standing agenda item at every meeting. And then it talks about this allows board members to highlight announcements of attendance at school, community events, visit campuses, recognitions of outstanding performance by district staff and students, recognition of new programs and special activities, and committee updates. The final clause of that section states this agenda item is not an opportunity for trustees to make a statement, general or otherwise, about their positions on issues or conditions in the district or to provide commentary on a topic. So I believe that limits what you're allowed to utilize. And these are your rules, so this would be your prerogative as the chair to enforce the rule. I think it limits the scope of topics that you can discuss during this particular agenda item.
Well, and if I remember correctly, the reason we made that ruling is because when people would make statements, other board members would want to talk and respond, and then all of a sudden we have an agenda item that's not properly posted, and it would put us in violation of OMA.
And my understanding is that when you were working on board operating procedures with your counsel, Ms. Wardell, that was the rationale behind instituting this piece of the rule. But again, I wasn't involved in that particular drafting. I would have to defer to her judgment on that particular piece.
And board officers, we talked to Holly as we were working through some of that earlier on. So at this time, any further remarks then are out of our board operating procedure. We need to go on with the rest of the agenda. We'll move on to our citizen comments.
Madam President, if I may, how would you redirect me so that I can appropriately continue or conclude my comments?
Sean, will you read the other part about what board member remarks can be about?
The board member remarks themselves were limited to the particular items that I had noted before. They're highlighting announcements, attendance at school or community events, visits to campuses, recognitions of outstanding performance by district staff and students, the recognition of new programs and special activities, and committee updates. So I think the way that you would have to get this on the agenda would be under section D, and that there's a procedure for placing a specific agenda item that wouldn't be this generalized agenda item onto the agenda.
We can, if we have 2 or more board members, you want to put it on our next agenda item? Then we can have a discussion. We're not in violation of OMA. You can read all your comments. Then board members are able to actually talk and interact on it.
I don't understand what you're afraid of. I think muzzling a board member like this is ridiculous.
It's not afraid of it. It's making sure.
I'm just trying to make some general remarks.
It's making sure board members have the opportunity to be able to remark. It's also to make sure that we do not violate OMA if they do make additional comments on your, because we would be in violation. It's a legal requirement.
That's exactly the point. These are one-directional comments. These are not discussions. There's no invitation for debate or discussion. It's just a comment.
Just because you don't want debate doesn't mean your other board members might not want an opportunity to talk about something if you raise a platform issue that they may be platforming during an upcoming season, which you mentioned, which might get actually close to electioneering, which we also would want to be not want to be in violation of. So we've got to be very careful there. We are a very fine line as far as Board of Trustees and government bodies.
I've done nothing to violate the law, and I think your decision here is ridiculous.
I'm just upholding the board operating procedures that we adopted as a board, because we don't want to be in violation of OMA, and we definitely don't want to have something where if other board members want to comment that they would be violating it. We'll move on to our next agenda item, citizen comments. I'm sure we'll have some interesting citizen comments as well. It'll be a rousing evening, everybody. Let's move on to our next item, and we have a video to talk about this agenda item.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in the Leander Independent School District, like me, my mother's favorite child, as they pursue their mission to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizen Comment agenda item, which is time set aside during this meeting to hear from the whole community, which can include a wide audience of the entire LISD family. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. Board operating procedures and BED locals specify guidelines, so it is important that you have read them before you speak. The board wants to hear from everyone, but still asks you to be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. If you're presenting material that only certain high schoolers may encounter, remember that school children of all ages may participate in the board meetings either by watching them or you might see some in the audience. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be difficult, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, speaker number 1.
Thank you, school board members, Dr. Gearing, and the police officers who are here to protect us. Today, I'd like to say again how strongly our family supports public education. Our family has kept a gratitude journal for almost 12 years now, and we have so many entries thanking the teachers and staff of Leander ISD. We think teachers and staff of Leander ISD deserve support and recognition for all they do. They have faced so many challenges in recent years, from the pandemic to remote building to economic challenges and even people who oppose public schools. They make sacrifices to teach. My question is whether the school district could collect resources for supporting teachers into one place so the students and parents can get them the positive attention they deserve. My parents have nominated LISD teachers and staff members for National Teacher of the Year awards. That it hasn't led to a national award yet, but teachers and staff do feel seen and recognized and appreciated. We think more students and parents would express their appreciation if we pulled together the resources that would get teachers and staff recognition they deserve. Could students also contribute to recognition like this? Thanks again for all that you do.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 2.
Thank you to all the school board members, Dr. Gearing, and police officers here today for all your public service. Today I would like to talk to you about student voice and safety issues. LISD staff and the local police departments in LISD communities work hard to ensure that students and staff are safe. Perhaps just as important, they work hard to make students feel safe. This is becoming more important because of recent events in Texas and other states, as well as the changing political environment. If you want to understand whether people really respect all the students of LISD and all parents, listen to how they talk about the choices those parents and kids can make. Do they see kids as thinking people who want to treat everyone with respect, or do they see kids as threatened by differences? More often than not, younger generations respect differences and aren't threatened by them. As a student, I'd like to support any efforts by the school district that can make to ensure student voice as decisions that affect them that are made. Student voice isn't just the average of all the opinions of students, it's a basic floor. Do the students who are targeted by some groups of adults, even some who come to board meetings, feel safe? Anything you can do to ensure that all opinions are valued, especially those students with the strongest reason for concern, would be a good thing. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Barnes. I'm a parent of a Leander ISD student, teacher in the district, and I live in this district. I come to you tonight representing All In LISD, a grassroots political action committee with a mission to support our public schools. Up to this point, some of you may be wondering what specific issues we support coming this November. Here are our advocacy positions. We want pro-public education supporters on the board. It is imperative that we have a board of trustees that believes in the power of public schools. We support student programs. This includes supporting our most gifted and most vulnerable of students. We want a yes on the voter approval tax rate election of $1.27 per 100. Quality schools require proper funding. We support our professional educators. This includes teachers, support staff, and administrators. We trust their expertise to best meet the needs of our students. We want to support district growth, and we support the district strategic plan. District leaders must be accountable to the plans and policies that were established in partnership with our community. Leading up to this November, opponents of Leander ISD will try to stop our schools from getting the support they need. Their agenda is to rewind LISD, not to continue it forward. This simply cannot happen. We hope that you will join us in November and vote to support your public schools in Leander Independent School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker 3. Speaker number 4.
Hi, my name is Celeste Fawnert. I have 4 kids in LISD schools. We absolutely love our schools, and we moved into this district because of them. We have 5 seats up for election in November and with our Board of Trustees, and early voting starts October 24th. It can be easy as voters to focus on the larger elections and lose sight of these smaller local elections such as these. Many will often get to the ballot box prepared, but get down to that part of the ballot and have no idea who to vote for. These elections are vitally important. As parents and citizens, it's our duty to pay attention to these candidates and ensure we have the very best people on our board. What's at stake here? I'm sure many of you have witnessed some of the chaotic board meetings over the past year or two, and now tonight. You heard the chanting crowd disobeying the rules. You probably saw some here fighting hard against the bond to stick it to the board. The bond failed because we weren't paying attention. They did what the far right extreme propaganda lies playbook told them to. Those same people are going to be running for these board seats or endorsing some candidates whose names you have not seen or heard yet. You may have heard of a group called Moms for Liberty. Google them. An article was put out today from NBC, which states at a recent conference for Moms for Liberty in Tampa, Florida, wearing American flag-inspired accessories, they logged into Wi-Fi hotspots named We Beat School Boards and Don't Teach Gender ID. They were trained on how to get media attention, vet candidates, dissect school policies, and prepare to run for office. Speakers frequently criticize social emotional learning, a teaching approach. To be continued.
Thank you, Speaker 4. Speaker number 5.
Good evening. I'm here to speak tonight about the Pledge of Allegiance. At our last public meeting, the joint meeting between the district and the city, there was a Pledge of Allegiance spoken at that meeting by one of the members at public comments. I don't know if the gentleman was serious or if he was being sarcastic and a parody, but he pledged allegiance to everything that was the enemy of our country. I'm just making an observation. Another one of my observations is that that night, between the city and the district leadership, we failed to pledge any allegiance to our country. We failed to acknowledge any time for acknowledging the God who established that country. I'm here tonight to correct the record and go on the record to say, I pledge allegiance to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to fight for the freedoms of every parent, every unspoken voice I'm here to fight and pledge that allegiance. Sorry we have to be at this place, but the world is a very dark place right now. And we need people, leaders of courage, integrity, and commitment to fight for our freedoms. I want to thank Aaron for his comments. And in spite of the fact that we like to try to silence those who disagree with us, that's one of the tyrannical traits. I'm going to close with this final statement that hits on what he said. Truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth.
Thank you, Speaker number 5. Speaker number 6.
Okay. So good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustee members. As someone who lives and teaches in this district, I am all in for our special education teachers. These individuals on our campuses do the jobs of 2 to 3 people. Despite the workload, they show up every day and give their everything to all students, not just the ones on their caseload. If you walk the halls of my school, you will eventually hear a booming voice. This particular teacher makes it a point to get to know everyone in the building, all the adults, all the students. If a student seems to be lost or confused or just needs someone to talk to, he is the first to walk over and see how the student is doing. He does all of this while running one of the largest work-based learning programs in the district with little to no help. If you have another teacher in your class, consider yourself fortunate. If you have a question and the teacher is unable to walk over to answer it, she's at your side helping. She is always ready with a snack for those who are hungry and struggling to concentrate, and she spends much of her time outside the classroom working closely with families, making sure they have an advocate on campus. On each of our campuses, you will find these individuals by the handfuls. Dedicated educators who make our campuses better and more inclusive. These individuals make it so that all of our students can be successful because they know all students can achieve. These individuals touch more lives than most would realize. And this is why I am all in for LISD.
Thank you, Speaker 6. Speaker 7.
Good evening, Dr. Gehring and Board of Trustees. Thank you for this time to speak. My name is Michelle, and I am an LISD teacher, a parent of an LISD student, and an LISD community member. I am all in for our district. There has been some misdirection on the upcoming need for Leander ISD to conduct a voter approval tax rate election, or VATER. So we would like to set the record straight. In order for the district to exercise local control on its revenue, the district is looking to generate more money next year while lowering your overall property tax rate. In November, the ballot will say that the proposed tax rate will create $100 million more dollars than it did the previous year, which is an increase in revenue of over 30%. This is true, as the point of the VATER is to increase the amount of money for the district. And this is because the property values have increased over the past 2 years. What the ballot will not say, however, is that the proposed VATER rate of $1.27 is lower than the current approved tax rate of $1.31. If the VATER fails to pass, this will devastate our one LISD community. We would lose approximately 500 professional educators. This would create an enormous burden on all stakeholders from all areas of our district. But the most critical would be the students. They could face being rezoned to other campuses, being in overcrowded classrooms, and having overworked teachers. A vote for VATER is a vote for LISD. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 7. Speaker 8.
Press here, it says that. Good evening. My name is Stacy Lytle, and my children will be attending elementary school in the fall. We purchased our home in Treviso because we wanted our children to be in the LISD. We had heard from friends that schools here were stellar and that we would have a great experience for our children. The idea of a school in our neighborhood was icing for the cake. However, with the recent hypocritical protests by right-wing conservatives in our community at these meetings, my deepest fears are coming to bear. I wanted my children nurtured at home and in a school environment that promoted freedom of thought, individualism, and empathy, where teachers had command to create curriculums that served their students and parents were active at home and school. By delaying schools, banning books, acting like CRT is taught in schools, and silencing LGBTQIA+ families, our children are being taught the lesson that LISD is not a place where we all have a voice and are welcome. Instead, it is a place where the loudest and biggest complainer gets their needs met, even if it's at the expense of all others around them. We hear many of those voices saying they are Christian, but when they are only spewing hate, I can only presume they are the ones Jesus said would be deceived by false prophets. Our children need empathy and compassion, and they all need voices, and to see themselves represented in the work they do without feeling isolated or ashamed. We must vote better, do better, and be better in our homes, communities, schools, and here at the board. Our children deserve it.
Thank you, Speaker 8. Speaker number 9. Speaker number 9. No speaker 9? No. Okay, speaker number 10? Yes. No speaker 10. Is that coming up? Oh, no, that's 10. Yeah.
I just would like to make sort of a call for decency to the other side. I don't know if you know it, but there are people who live in Leander who participate in local politics who look at our kids and they somehow see them as a threat simply because of their ancestry. I lived in Virginia. I'm old enough to remember the years before Loving v. Virginia, when interracial marriage was not even legal. A family friend actually pled that case to the Supreme Court that legalized interracial marriage nationally. There are people who similarly disapprove of LGBTQ families, of kids, and so on. And what they're trying to say is that their religious views, their political views, need to be enforced in the schools so that the existence of these kids can be erased. And that is not actually a both sides issue. That's not an issue of emotional or social intelligence. It's just a basic, can you be a good human being? Can you be a good human being? And I'm sorry to say, politics is becoming so radicalized that I actually feel like the only people who can really save us from ourselves as adults are the kids, especially the kids who have been targeted by hate. So I hope all of us can listen to the messages of love and act with empathy and love. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Speaker 10. Speaker number 11.
My name is Monica. I'm a teacher here, and I am all in for LISD Fine Arts. LISD continues to prove its excellence through the fine arts programs at each of our campuses. There is even dedicated and protected specials time in elementary. This will lay the foundations for future award-winning musicians, thespians, and artists. Many districts have phased out these opportunities in response to budget cuts and staffing shortages, and I'm thankful to work for a district that prioritizes these programs. LISD Fine Arts serves as a point of connection for many of our students. They find their people, their place, and their reason to show up to school each day. We have proven ourselves through fine arts honors at local and national levels, but our excellence runs deeper than scores and trophies. Our fine arts faculty and staff work tirelessly to build the community required to achieve at the highest level, working well over contracted hours and into the summer. We saw their excellence particularly during the height of the pandemic when they reworked performances and found ways to let our students shine despite safety restrictions. They made sure our students felt that they were part of something together in a year that could have been isolating. They were creative, flexible, and resilient in a way that has only made them stronger educators. As we move into our second year of 100% in-person learning, I know that our fine arts programs will continue to grow and excel. Voting for the Vader will allow fine arts to remain a priority and an opportunity for all students at all levels and show our educators that they are valued for the work that they do. I'm all in for Vader and all in for LISD.
Thank you, Speaker 11. Speaker number 12.
Good evening. My name is Deanna Perkins. I'm an 18th year educator in Leander, a mother of 2 students in the district and a resident of Cedar Park. I am all in LISD because we value educators as professionals. All in LISD puts their faith into every teacher in their classroom. We value the teaching profession and know the time, effort, continuous improvement, and commitment that goes into being an outstanding teacher to our wonderful students. We trust the accreditation and various degrees these educators receive to be experts in their occupation. We acknowledge that many in our district work to gather hundreds of resources and utilize them into our amazing curriculum that many other districts only wish they had. All in LISD also knows that many of our teachers are so amazing that they become mentors to our future teachers through programs like Texas State Fellows. Teachers also lead training sessions throughout the year to share the wealth of knowledge they have with other teachers and staff. We always say that we learn better from other teachers. With all of this, All in LISD believes parent-teacher partnerships are key, but we know our educators know how to teach and what works well with students in the classroom. We trust that relationships are formed and that the teacher will always put the student first. We believe a teacher teaches because they are all in for their students. This is why I am all in LISD and I support educators as professionals.
Thank you, Speaker 12. Speaker number 13.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am concerned about a school board trustee speaking at a forum this week put on by a SPLC designated hate group, True Texas Project. This same trustee hasn't participated in any school visits in the last 2 years, but has attended 2 of these forums in the last month. At this forum, there was a bond advisory committee member appointed by a different trustee who is now running for school board. Also there were the same people who promoted failing the bonds. This forum was about parental rights as if they have been lost. I'm sorry that you don't support the books that you voted for. I'm sorry that programs designed to help kids like SEL and DEI is infringing on your parental rights. DEI allows my son with a 504 to be treated like his peers. Not all kids are raised by parents and legal guardians. My sister was deemed homeless and abandoned as a teenager and lived with me because our parents decided they didn't want to be parents anymore while she was in high school. Your job as a trustee is to serve all kids, including kids who need these programs and don't have parental advocates. I'm sorry that underserved and underprivileged children having extra support at school is an attack on your rights and your faith. Maybe this isn't the place for you if that's how you feel. We want trustees who show up for our kids and our schools, and you don't seem to have the time for that. Thank you to the rest of the board for your service. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Speaker 13. Speaker number 14.
Good evening. My name is Becky. I live in the LISD district and my children attend LISD schools. I am all in for LISD's strategic plan, which is broken into 5 areas: student empowerment, staff empowerment, family engagement, equitable access, and safe, innovative learning environments. Tonight you've heard All in LISD speak about some of the issues we support in the upcoming November election. Each of these issues aligns with the LISD's strategic plan. It is imperative that we do all we can to ensure our district can accommodate growth by constructing new campuses, hiring qualified staff, and repairing existing campuses and equipment. To ensure that this growth is properly addressed, we must pass the VADER in November. If we do not, our district will lose out on precious funds that support school safety, expand access to programs, recruit and retain exceptional staff, all of which directly impact our students' learning experiences. This is exactly why our upcoming school board election is so important. We must vote for candidates that are true public education advocates, those that will cut through the misinformation and ensure that our district remains student-centered. We know that when students have access to high-quality resources and a wide variety of programs, they can far exceed anyone's expectations. We want that for all students.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker 15.
Hello. As you and everyone present listen to the speakers here today, please pay attention to the nuance in the words you hear. When you hear the folks wearing blue, as well as my neighbors in Treviso, refer to our district or our teachers or our schools, we mean it with our whole hearts. We speak passionately about our district because it is our children and our families at stake. On the other hand, many of the chart-toting, character-acting folks that you see up here tearing apart our district don't actually enroll their kids in our district. Some of them don't even live or pay taxes in our district. We cannot allow the future of LISD to be determined by this handful of rabble-rousers who have long since decided that public school system's not for them. Who have determined that those less privileged among us do not deserve access to education or the many other basic necessities that public schools provide. You won't hear me complain about parental rights because the heart of public education and what truly matters is our kids' right to a well-rounded, historically accurate education that introduces them into responsible, empathic personhood. This November, we'll have a choice between trustee candidates who are passionate about building up our district and others that are eager to tear it down. We will have the opportunity to elect leaders who will help ensure continued access to high-quality education for all children, not just the most privileged. We have to be the champions and cheerleaders for our district, our teachers, and our kids. And this November, we must be vigilant in electing only trustees who are committed to doing the same for all the children of Leander ISD.
All right, thank you, Speaker 15. Speaker number 16. Speaker 16.
My name is James Dean. My partner, Fred Smith, and I have been fighting stage 4 cancer for the last 2 years, so my heart goes out to you. My concern is in my neighborhood, I have a Jewish family, I have a Hindu family, I have a Japanese family. Not all the families are Christian or Jewish Christian. So when we talk about bringing religion into the schools or respecting religious faiths in the schools, that becomes an issue. And it's a diversity issue where we need to bring everyone up and celebrate everyone. I'm an LGBTQ plus person. Too often we are beaten up, bashed, subject to hate speech, even violence, and in some cases we internalize that stuff and we hurt ourselves or we commit suicide. And in some cases that's because of people and their religion. So we've got to work past that. And this is also true with people of color, women in our schools. We've got to do better. And I support LSID and I support our school trustees and our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 16. Speaker number 17. Speaker 17.
Good evening, board members. Aaron, I cannot be more proud of you for saying just how you feel. We sit here and watch Hitler's birthday, every time this meeting happens, someone like, his birthday was here, and I'm like, no, it's propaganda. You're watching propaganda every single time about how well they did. People come up here and tell how well you're doing, and you're doing terrible. I keep bringing this up for a year. $2.6 billion. It's a lot of money, and you guys have never looked into solving it. You don't want to look into solving it. You can't even look at me now. You'd rather look at your computers. But that's okay, because I'm still talking, and I have a minute. Well, 50 seconds, and the Voltaire is terrible. We do not want to vote for it. It will sink us back into debt that you guys have already sent us in. And for my Treviso neighbors, there were 9 schools in that bond. We were not on the top of the list. We were not on the short list. We were not going to get a school right away. I'm sorry. They promised you something they didn't ever intend to really come through. That was not the yeah, I know. Are you looking at me? Yeah, I know. Anyway, the Voltaire, don't vote for it. It's a waste of your time. The teachers, I want to support. They need our support. The kids, they need our support. And right now, we do need some love in this room.
Thank you, Speaker 17. Speaker 18's not here. Speaker number 19.
Warning, this testimony contains content that is not suitable for LISD students. Please have your children leave at this time. There are 3 testimonies. Recently, Leander ISD saw fit to put the so-called graphic novel, Why, the Last Man in the hands of any 14-year-old who walks into the Vandergrift High School library and gets it. This book is essentially a comic book and with very little literary or educational value. However, the dialogue and the illustrations in this book were carefully crafted to pique the sexual interest of the young mind. Yet Leander ISD thinks this is age appropriate. Leander ISD librarians think there should be no parental consent or notification required for high school freshmen to read what I'm about to read to you. I'll start on page 12 when a female character asks a male, "Am I about to get spanked, Marty? Because I usually leave that to my husband." On page 13, "That's what I was afraid of, this fucking pro-life thing." In the 240-page book, there are about 70 fucks, or about 1 every 4 pages. On page 30, the reader is treated to illustrations of a couple having sex in the back of an ambulance. 2 characters are shown having sex, and one says, "Oh yeah, that's it, don't stop."
Thank you, Speaker 19. Speaker number 20.
Warning, this content is not suitable for children. In the story, all of the world's men die, which is depicted happening in 10 illustrations of death scenes across the world. One of these 10 scenes just happens to be outside a brothel and shows prostitutes in lingerie. Now, if you board members were going to write a comic book for teens and you had to illustrate a mass die-off of men, which of you would think to draw a scene in front of a brothel with scantily clad prostitutes? Is this the kind of material you'd spend district money on to produce what you put in the graduate profile? Next, we come to a very detailed illustration of a post-apocalyptic garbage collector on page 40. Since there's no men left in the story, it's a female. but the illustrator chose to draw a buxom, attractive woman in a provocative pose. She is clearly not wearing a bra under her t-shirt, and her nipples would suggest it's quite cold out. Compare the detail in this illustration to the more two-dimensional illustration on page 41. Why so much detail in the haughty garbage collector illustration? Why go to the extra trouble to make her breasts so perfect? I'll tell you why. To titillate the reader, that's why. That is what Leander ISD thinks is perfectly fine for your 14-year-old.
Thank you, speaker number 20. Speaker number 21.
Another warning that this content is not appropriate for children, so if your kids are here and you choose to keep them to expose them to this, this is on you. The hot garbage collector then proceeds to fill up the story's lone male survivor to verify that he's actually a man. So she reaches in his pants and on page 50 and jokes that he's just barely a man. So in this book, she sexually assaults him and then jokes about it. Again, are we producing what we're looking for in the graduate profile and spending money on this? There's also photographs, depictions of bondage. Here's some more bondage with some blood and whatnot on there. Finally, there's a quote from a female to the book's male protagonist that says, "It would take a hell of a lot more than all men dying in the world to make me want to eat pussy." And that is on this page right here. If you sow a thought, reap an action. Reap an action and sow a character. Are these the seeds that we want to sow in LISD? At least have the decency to require parental consent if you think we should waste taxpayer money with smut like this. You have the power to remove these through EF legal policy, yet you don't. It's time for a new board and a new superintendent. We need to clean house, Leander.
Thank you, Speaker 21. All right, board members will go ahead and move from citizen comments and move on to consent agenda.
I move the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Consent agenda. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. 1 abstention. Motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President. They say that a picture paints 1,000 words, and this picture was taken on Monday during our leadership retreat. We had a panel of students address our leadership team, and this was caught actually from behind them, but it's fascinating to look into the out of focus background at the attention that the adults are paying to the student voice in our district. And that just kind of sums up where we're moving as a district, is really paying attention to each and every individual student in our district and trying to meet their needs. We wanted to change up the superintendent report a little bit this time, so we're going to give you a staffing update because as we draw to within 30 days of the start of school, staffing of course has been challenging this year, somewhat more than in previous years, and so I've asked Carolyn to come and walk you through a staffing update.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. Thank you for inviting us up this evening to talk about our current state of vacancies. So I am happy to report we are lower than most of our surrounding districts. I think our staff have done an incredible job of hiring in a very, very tough market this season with increased turnover. So we'll walk you through that and kind of tell you about some highlights and let you know where we are. So as you can see, if you follow from left to right, with our general teaching vacancies, we're at 52 total vacancies. And if you look just to the left of that, last year we were at 54. Now we've seen a significant increase in turnover this year. So as you can see, we've done some significant hiring over the last several months to ensure that we're moving towards filling all of those vacancies before the start of school. Special education, we are at 33 vacancies. Most of those are growth vacancies. So, Kimberly Waltman and her team are working to ensure the campuses are ready for students as they arrive. The support positions, that's the instructional coach, librarian, dyslexia positions. So 10 of those continue to be vacant with principals continuing to hire. As you move down to the second section, you'll see IAs at 94. This is not uncommon at this time of the year. Principals typically will seek to fill those teaching positions before they move on to the instructional assistants. Assistant principals oversee the hiring of IAs mostly, and so they have just returned back from their summer schedule. So that hiring will begin fast and furious over the next few weeks to get ready for school. As you can see, we have some office staff, admin, and support professionals still to fill, with a total of 208 vacancies on the campuses.
I'm just going to jump in there for a second before you go to the next slide. So I printed this page earlier today, and we had 57 teacher openings earlier today, and now we're down to 52 already. I learned the hard way that these numbers are connected to a live spreadsheet, because I started messing with the numbers in here, and Carrie Lynn showed up and said, "What on earth are you doing? Leave my database alone."
So we're trying to give you real live numbers. So yes, they are changing moment by moment. We hired 12 yesterday. Many more today, and we'll continue to hire. So how does that look for individual campuses? When you spread those 54 out over the 47 campuses, you're looking at about 2 per elementary campus. We have 18 campuses with 1 or 0 vacancies. Middle school is about in the same position. We have a few campuses that have a few more than that, but they're working diligently to get those filled. And then high school is a little higher. They have more staff, have more vacancies. But again, all of the principals we've talked to recently, we met with them at the leadership retreat. They're feeling good about where they are. They all have a plan to ensure their coverage is there for students when they arrive on campus. So how did we get here? This is our turnover report for the last several years, and as you can see on the far left, we've been reporting that we're seeing a higher turnover, and as you can see, that continues to play out. What's interesting is the 0 to 5 years is that first column with the 24.3% turnover this year. We've seen a significant increase in our teachers leaving those first 0 to 5 years. That's a challenge across the country, and our story is no different, but we are working diligently with teaching and learning to try and figure out what can we do to retain those teachers in those first few years. Overall, of course, turnover is increasing, but to the left, you can see the resignation reasons are changing. They're changing from leaving to go to another district to leaving the profession, which that is the more concerning story that we're having to deal with. We had an increase of 38 to 80, leaving education altogether, from 4 to 35 dissatisfied with the profession, 53 to 85, leaving to support self, lots of individuals deciding to stay home with their children. And then even though we see an increase in the numbers, leaving for another district, the actual percentage has decreased. We've gone from 20 to 18%. So we're seeing fewer teachers leaving to go to another district. However, the other side of that story, like I said, is that they're leaving the profession altogether. So campus staff recruitment. So what are we doing, to fill all of these vacancies? And definitely want to give a shout out to Lisa Gibbs and Rachel Mackey, who are in the room with me tonight. They have worked diligently along with Jamie Brzezinski and Jennifer Dunn, our two fabulous recruiters. There's so many highlights here, really thinking outside of the box and creative ideas coming to fruition. They've hosted many, many job fairs, but I do want to point out some of the highlights. Doing informational sessions for our community members. We had 38 community members in attendance wanting to know, how can I become a teacher? And so we've actually hired 3 of those so far. We have had many more interested in potentially going through an ACP program and becoming a teacher, whether they were a stay-at-home person or leaving a different career for teaching. So, just a thinking outside of the box. We also partnering with Spirit Cultural Exchange. This has been a very successful program. We had 2 last year, and this year we're going to start the year with 14. And I just want to highlight some of the places that these teachers are coming from. It's very exciting. We have teachers coming from Venezuela, Australia, Jamaica, Colombia, Argentina, the Philippines, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. So very, very excited about the partnership. These are very experienced and highly educated teachers that we're seeing great things from in the classroom. So very excited about that. Also on the path to grow our own. We know Grow Your Own is a way that we can build our teacher fill our teacher vacancies with our instructional assistants. So we're partnering with iTeach and Texas Teachers ACP programs. We have 10 aspiring teachers in classrooms. We've gone from 6, we're adding 4 more this year, and then partnering with Texas Women's University for a Grow Your Own. We're using ESSER funds for 6 IAs to obtain their bachelor's degree in education. So they will be continuing to work with us and come into the classroom as a teacher. So of course the standard things, social media, our recruiters are just out there every day screening applicants, finding applicants on vacations and tracking them down at airports. I mean, it's just incredible. Our recruiters have just done a fabulous job. And I commend the board 5 years ago for committing to add those 2 positions. I think it's truly made the difference for our district in being able to fill these teacher vacancies like we have. This is just, the list goes on and on and on, but we wanted to share some things that the recruiters are doing, just so you know. The work is being done. It's successful, as you can see, by the number of vacancies we've been able to fill. Let's talk a little bit about non-campus vacancies. That's a big number up there, 402 non-campus vacancies, or non-teaching vacancies, I should say. These are very much campus positions: the child nutrition services, custodial services, special programs, transportation, very much student-facing positions, and very, very important to the campus operations. Working diligently to fill these positions as well. As you know, Child Nutrition Services, we're partnering with Sodexo as they work to fill the positions for the summer. Now, these numbers are big, however, also not alarmingly large based on the workforce where we left the school year, with the number of vacancies that we had. Some of these positions, like transportation and child nutrition, very difficult to hire for early in the summer because they don't start until August. So, you hire somebody in June, find another position, and then, you're constantly turning that over. So in a typical year, these positions would be hired closer to the start of school. Substitute teachers, this is an area of concern as we moved from ESS, bringing this back in-house, starting with 0 subs, whereas previously when it was housed, we would start the year with 700 substitutes. ESS had over 1,100 subs in the system. We have, of those 1,100, 698 have come back and begun the process. However, people are busy, they're in summer, they have not fulfilled the criteria for being ready to step into the classroom. We have 318 who, if classes started tomorrow, they could substitute. So we've made personal calls and emails to those subs who are with ESS, multiple hiring events. You know, the staff are really working diligently to try and get people to, you know, follow through. So if you want to be a substitute for us, or if you know anyone who wants to be a substitute for us, please sound the battle cry for coming to the office and being processed. We're processing people every single day. So there's no limit to what we will do to get people processed and ready for substituting in the classroom. Here's just a few things that we're doing on the sub and auxiliary recruitment. Again, partnering with universities, flyers, posters, social media, back to school events, open houses. We will be at the Backpack Attack. Recruiting as always. Whoops, sorry. Went one slide too many. But yeah, we just wanted to highlight some of the things that we're doing. You know, the ESS back to LISD was a fast turnaround, and we will continue to work tirelessly to make sure that we have substitutes for the school year. But that is an area that we are concerned about, but given the numbers, and appreciate the support.
Board members, this is of course posted on our agenda, so if y'all have questions, y'all can do that.
Yeah, we'll pause right now. I have a couple more things, but on a different topic, so it would be great if you wanted to ask any questions of Carolyn.
I had a question on slide 8, non-campus vacancies. Can you explain what special programs, because I know it was on one side, what is the special programs for the non-campus vacancies? What does that entail?
So special programs, that's going to be your LSSPs, not the counselors, but some of those special programs that don't fall under a classroom teacher, but support the campuses.
I figured, thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kind of jumping on the same thing that Anna's asking there on page 3, we do see a big increase in special education as well. And I feel like those positions and the positions we just are going to impact the same population, similar populations. And so kind of, is there something we can do to support that, do differently to help with special education, you know?
I'm certainly going to ask Kimberly Walton if you have any. I'll phone a friend. Again, many of these positions are growth positions, anticipating the growth of population in special education, but I'm going to let the expert speak to that.
Again, it is not abnormal for us to have this many positions open right now. I don't have to tell you all that this is a very hard job. And we don't have as many teachers coming out of our college programs. And so we are working on that through the Grow Your Own, as Carrie Lynn already talked about, but we are making plans for all of these campuses. I have to give a shout out to our LID specialist and Lisa Robertson. They are meeting with principals that have the vacancies to start making a plan. They're looking at student needs, how we can share staff, how we can utilize our specialists. So plans are being made, even though we don't have the teachers yet. But principals are finding teachers, and we are still hiring every day. So we are hopeful that that number is much smaller as we get closer.
To bounce off of Gloria's question, the LSSPs, how bad is the situation? Because I know LSSPs are hard to find, especially bilingual LSSPs. But according to the Special Education Commission hearing, Texas is seeing a 36% increase in students being for evaluation. So I'm just curious, like, is there something, I know it's hard, trust me, I know, but is there anything we can do so we don't, because I'm sure we're also seeing the increase of evaluations as well. Is there anything we can do to help promote, make LSSPs appear out of thin air?
So we are trying to be very creative with our itinerant positions. We are working with Mary Beth Pennell, who oversees our LSSPs, to seek some creative solutions. We know that pay is a barrier and caseloads are high. You are right, our evaluation numbers have skyrocketed during COVID. And so not only are they serving kids directly, but they are also evaluating several students. So we're asking them for ideas. We are also talking to our area directors on what are some creative solutions that you have to not only retain our amazing LSSPs, but also recruit LSSPs. So we have some things in the works that we're hoping to bring forward.
Go ahead, Shelly.
So thinking about roadblocks, are there, if people might be experiencing any roadblocks in terms of whether they think the process is not moving fast enough, and you might be thinking, we're waiting on these people and people are waiting on you, what kind of steps are you taking to ensure that there are really no roadblocks, or how do they kind of escalate things if they're having issues?
Are you talking about through the application process or the hiring process? So, you know, again, we're very, very blessed to have our 2 recruiters who are constantly on social media, email. So I would say reach out to our office if they feel like they are having barriers. There's also the Let's Talk. You know, a lot of people will use the Let's Talk if they're having trouble with this. Sometimes we do have system issues with the application system specifically. But reach out to HR, to our office. Like I said, they're on LinkedIn, all social media, and definitely monitor that, and are incredibly responsive. So reach out to HR, and we'll definitely make sure that they're being looked at.
Just a quick follow-up, and then how long is the hiring process expected to take? From start to finish, and even the transition from ESS, why there's so many applications but only barely half have made it through?
Yes, so we significantly reduced what is needed to come back into the system. I mean, it's just, you know, a couple of pieces of paper and come by and do your I-9, you know, which we're required to do. There's some videos they can do on their own time. So, you know, it takes maybe 15 minutes for them to go through the onboarding to get processed as a sub. Very minimal. Of course, there's lots of support and resources that they can do on their own time. But just to get back into the system, very, very quick. It's just we're finding that they're not responding. They're out of town. They're, you know, they're just not thinking about it right now. They're with their kids. They're enjoying summer, and they're just not thinking about it. We'll have probably lots the week before school, and we'll get them processed and get them ready to go. Your first question, that was your second question. Your first question, the timing. Yeah. So I will give you an example. We had an applicant reach out to a recruiter through LinkedIn today. The recruiter screened her around noon. Principal was going to interview her this afternoon and offer her a position. So it can happen within hours.
Thank you.
So, Carolyn, I have a few questions, but I'm just going to shoot them to you via email because I think they'll take time to get some responses to. You can just put them in the Friday memos.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you being so responsive to my questions. I know we're going to be seeing those in the Friday memos. Again, it's not one-directional Friday memos. It's just for y'all's information. If you have questions, reach out to Dr. Gehring. Can I say, when I'm looking at this, though, my conclusion thoughts. One, I see the board put y'all in a positive step with the 2 individuals y'all have in admin to help get us processed and get people moving. And I think you have so much work that y'all put up there. So thank you. I also see, you know, the 5% and 4% really, it looks like we're doing better than others. Yes. So I'm seeing an impact there. Am I missing anything, Carolyn, or making incorrect conclusions?
I would think that I completely agree. I think that's spot on.
So we got ourselves in a better footing.
Correct. Absolutely.
Board members, I will also point out, though, that we are not done. Clearly, we've talked about this as a legislative initiative. HR had the Grow Your Own, and they gave us ideas and recommendations of how we could further work with the state to really make this a robust program. Thank y'all so much for giving us the language and the work on that. Absolutely. We've passed it through priorities. We'll keep advocating for it in the legislative session. There's more work that needs to be done, so thank y'all. And can your people stand up so we can thank them and recognize them?
And Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a lot of work, very much appreciated. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Carolyn, and your team for the outstanding work that you're doing. They've covered a lot of ground this summer, a lot more than they usually do, to get us back in a really good position. And that goes without saying that this is a team effort, so this requires help from principals and their assistant principals and all levels of the organization to make sure that we are as close to 100% staff for the start of school as possible. we will, of course, be watching that very carefully and making any adjustments that are needed as we get closer to the start of school to make sure that all the needs of the district are covered. Jump through a couple of these. So, just wanted to point out that at Leadership Retreat this week, and as we go forward towards the start of school, we've been talking a lot about what is our direction and where are we going, and providing a certain amount of clarity, not necessarily certainty, but certainly clarity around how are we going to accomplish our goal, which is truly empowered learners. So when you look at the graduate profile, and the compass in the middle of the graduate profile, it says LISD learners will be empowered too. And that's where we're headed. So the graduate profile itself is not really the goal. What the goal is empowering our learners, which includes the adults and the students in the system, to have these traits that exist inside the graduate profile as they exit our system. And that, of course, is built on the foundation that this board has worked on really diligently over the last 18 months to 2 years of core beliefs and vision and mission. And now we have the roadmap to help us to get there, which is the strategic plan. There's a lot of autonomy inside this big arrow of the district for the individual pieces. So our campuses are unique in their needs. They're also unique in their strengths, and they're unique in their approach to how they fit inside getting their students to meet the tenets of the graduate profile and be empowered learners. And we know we're only one arrow that exists in this highway of many different arrows. There are lots of external forces that are being applied to the district, some that we have some control over and some that we have very little control over. And so we continue to operate inside those parameters, making sure that we do everything that we're supposed to do and still make sure that we're aiming towards that final goal of empowering every learner in our system to meet that. And so it was fascinating on Monday to watch our leadership team build exactly this concept of this autonomy that happens with every one of the individuals and every one of the campuses inside our system, but how they all come together. And so you can't really understand what that picture means unless you've seen it. And so that sheet of paper is hanging from the second story inside the Glen High School cafeteria. And is really, I don't know how tall that is, what, 60 feet or something? I mean, and this is a combination and culmination of a lot of the work that's going on in individual places in the district. And so we want you to know that we appreciate the incredible job that the board has done in guiding us and giving us direction. And we want you to know that we're well on our way as we enter into this first year of our 5-year strategic plan and start to execute towards that goal of creating empowered learners inside our system. And there's a couple of our principals with their plan. I'd be happy to answer any other questions. Otherwise, we're ready to move on, Madam President.
All right, board members, we have a guest with us this evening, so we're going to be pulling up item C, Operations 1, consider approval of Bond Oversight Committee recommendations.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing, I'm excited tonight to have Rebecca Harrison with the Bond Oversight Committee come and talk about some of their meetings and what they'll be recommending.
Good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Rebecca Harrison. I'm a parent here in Leander ISD, and I currently have the pleasure of serving our district as a member of the Bond Oversight Committee. One responsibility of this committee is to review and consider the use of unspent bond funds and make recommendations to the Board of Trustees for consideration as related to these funds. It is this responsibility that brings us here tonight. In recent meetings, beginning on May 18th and then continuing on July 11th, our committee has reviewed the status of projects that were to be completed using the funds provided in the 2007 and 2017 bond programs. District staff had identified remaining bond funds that were available for use totaling just over $80 million. These funds represented both reallocation of money from projects that were no longer recommended for completion based on the needs of the district, and funds that remain after projects were completed under the initial budgetary amounts. Over the course of committee discussion, it was apparent to us that a primary need of Leander ISD at this time is ensuring that existing facilities remain in good operational condition, as well as building new facilities to accommodate the substantial growth in our community. Based on these identified needs, it is the recommendation of the Bond Oversight Committee that the following projects be funded using these bond funds. Construction of elementary school number 30 for an estimated cost of $61,120,968. Obtaining and maintaining portable classrooms needed at our existing campuses for the 2022-23 and 2023-24 school years for a total of $6.5 million. $2.5 million, I apologize. Completing needed major maintenance projects at existing campuses over the next 2 years for an estimated total of $9 million. Addressing updated HVAC design needs for Cedar Park High School, Vista Ridge High School, and Running Brushy Middle School, campuses that all have aging systems that will be due for replacement in coming years, representing an expense of $2.2 million. Redesigning the elementary school prototype for future elementary school builds in Leander ISD to allow for a capacity of 1,000 students at each of these campuses in alignment with projected growth for our community at a total of $75,000. And finally, completion of the Leander High School Master Plan at a cost of $100,000. These projects altogether represent a spend of $74,995,968. Completion of these projects, taking into account some remaining project management needs and June budget adjustments, would leave a balance of $5,175,000 from the 2007 and 2017 bond programs. Each of these projects represents an opportunity to address concrete needs of our district, and each is in alignment with the project requirements for the 2007 and 2017 bond programs. At the conclusion of the committee discussions, the Bond Oversight Committee voted unanimously, 9-0, to recommend funding these identified projects using these bond program funds. On behalf of the Bond Oversight Committee, I thank you for your time and commitment to our students, teachers, staff, and community as a whole as you consider this recommendation. And at this time, we'll welcome any questions regarding this matter.
Board members? I was going to ask the number on your committee. You already answered 9, so it was 9-0. And I'm just curious, as far as we talk a lot about community engagement, committee input, how did you feel like your committee ran? Did you feel like you were able to have input, ask the questions, do the stuff you needed to do?
Yes, we actually, we spent a lot of time communicating around what was the purpose, what was the initial bond information that went out to the public, what was the goal of these bondings at the time that they were established. We had a really good discussion around where our needs were, what we saw individually from our own campus and districts. Everybody had an opportunity to contribute to the conversation, and it was really a very insightful and pleasant process. So.
All right, we'll need a, if there are no other questions, board members, then I need a motion.
I move that the board approve the Bond Oversight Committee recommendation of South Satellite Transportation Center and High School number 8 to be moved into bond project savings, and the above listed projects to be funded out of bond project savings.
Second. I have a motion from Gloria, a second from Alexis by a few seconds. Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. 1 abstention. All right, thank you so much. Jimmy, since you're up there, let's go ahead and do operations. Are you the second one too? All right, we'll consider approval, we'll see if we can move through operations, board members. Consider approval of an agreement with minor boundary adjustments with Liberty Hill ISD regarding the Bar W Ranch property.
See, all my papers back there, I'm going to do this, though. That's all right. This is pretty straightforward for me. The purpose of the presentation is really to get you to consider the agreement between Leander ISD and Liberty Hill School District for a minor boundary adjustment of the Bar W Ranch property. Just to give you some background, on May 19th of 2022, y'all did approve a petition that was to detach some property from the Larkspur area into Leander ISD. This is a totally different process because no petition is required to initiate this process. It's actually where two districts contiguous districts can agree to move a small boundary, a minor boundary adjustment, as long as there are no students that attend our schools living within that area, and then meeting the financial condition of having where we're not moving more than 0.1% of the total tax value that our district has. And so we have met both those requirements. And so per the Education Code of 13.231, we have met all the boundary adjustment requirements. And so just to orient you, the purple area is the area in discussion right now. And then you can see just southwest of that box was the area that was done by the petition of Larkspur, and so that is, becomes effective officially on July of 2023. This boundary agreement doesn't have to go through the same process, so it will be going to the commissioner in the county fairly shortly if the board does choose to approve this. And I will say Liberty Hill did approve it Monday night, and this is just the area that we're talking about. Bar W, if I will, I'll go back. If you can see just south of this purple area, that's Liberty Hill. That's Bar W Ranch Development. They will have a school in that section. And so we will, if we did not do this minor boundary adjustment, we'll end up just like we were previously. We're going to be going through that neighborhood, splitting the districts again. And so this just makes a lot of sense right now to go ahead and make this adjustment for the districts. And that's my presentation, if you should have any questions.
All right, and this is also up for approval tonight, so unless we have questions, I need a motion.
I move that the board approve the memorandum of agreement for minor boundary adjustment with Liberty Hill Independent School District as presented.
I second.
Have a motion from Alexis, second from Christine. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays, 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you very much, Jimmy. You handled that like a pro that you are, so thank you so much. All right, we'll go ahead and wrap up operations before we go to break, because it's a short item anyway, for Elaine. Elaine, she's like, oh, you really want me to come up here? For Business and Finance Monthly Report, C3. And remember, this is the one that in the evening she posted it for us. We look at it before, ask her questions. It's usually a fairly short item. I think I only have one question. Elaine, anything you want to point out?
Threw me off. I wasn't ready.
Oh,
it's
I'm
not
sorry.
1 a.m.
No.
No, the reports are standard. As you did notice, Trish, on the tax collections, there were some refunds, and I'll explain that. That was a bunch of homeowners going back and filing their homestead exemption. It hasn't been an incentive in the past because it was $100 or $200 of relief, but now that values have risen, property owners are paying attention to that, and so we had a lot go back and file the homestead exemption, and they can go back for 3 years, and so that resulted in a lot of refunds. So that could continue over the next few months, and so no, we didn't expect those refunds to hit, but have talked to WCAT about that. And then you did point out that the financials were loaded today. Those are through June. We're still closing the books, and there are still a lot of expenses that have to be booked back to June. So what is reflected there as far as an add to fund balance, don't pay attention to that because they're not final.
And with the homestead exemptions, when they're going back, does that include the recent extra exemption or the added exemption we did in November?
So the new exemption will apply to future tax years, not
But you can
prior.
go 3 years back for the prior one, which, I mean, of course, they should do that if that's
You
open
should
to
do that
them.
when you buy your home, but
Yes.
a lot of people forget to do that and then don't mess with it. And this
So
year
now
it
we're going to
was-
have to, so should we be adding that or asking about that in our numbers? Do you think it'll make something, or you'll just keep watching and let
We'll
us
just keep
know?
watching and see. That's a hard one to predict because you don't know
Okay.
who is going to take that action.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break before we come back and talk about student experience. So it's 8:01. We'll be back around, I'm hoping, 8:11. Just watch your clocks. All right, board members, it is 8:13. We are back in open session. Discussion item, student experience report on the 2021-2022 school quality school experience survey results.
Yes, there's even a presentation. How about that? Good evening, Madam President, Board, and Dr. Gearing. Thank you all so much for giving us the time to come back and share the results of our student survey that was delayed this year quite a bit, so it wasn't done until May. And so this is our first, and I want to make sure that I'm clear that this is the preliminary report for this for the survey. And so the purpose today is really just to share with you those results of the 21-22 climate survey. And this presentation is related to your superintendent evaluation, specifically with performance, your part 2 key performance objectives around empowered student learning, learning environment, and family engagement. Before I begin, though, I would be remiss not to do a shout out and a thank you to some of my colleagues. So we got this report early last week, and the report, this presentation was due in the packet Thursday by noon. And so my friends, Brenda Cruz, Emily Gray, and our own Kimberly Payne all stepped up knowing that I was really data visualization with your left hand when you're a right-handed person was really one of the few things I felt like I was not going to be able to do, and they just rallied and came together, and we spent a full day together, and it was just a beautiful process, and I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledged their hard work and their living into the Leander way of always being spotters ready. So, you okay?
Sorry, board book is gone down, I think. So I don't think it's
correct.
an us issue. I think it's a them issue. Yeah.
That's even better.
Can't read ahead. Oh my.
You can't jump ahead. You just have to take my word for it. This is nice. So, so this is the climate survey. However, I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that we did make significant changes this year to the climate survey. I'm going to start with just some of the things at the beginning that are similar to what we've asked in the past, and then we're going to talk a little bit about more of the new dimensions that were created. And so here you'll see the overall school quality, which is a chance to just recognize whether it's excellent or good, fair, or poor. It's a 4-point Likert scale, and you can see that we are have much higher perceptions about school quality from our positive elementary kids and our parents. This does relate to, I know some have asked about comparison, and this one we do have the same questions that were asked. And so elementary was at 89 last year, so it stayed pretty much the same. And secondary students dropped from 74 to 71, so there was just a little bit of degradation there. The other thing we look at here that I think is notable is the percent of kids and parents who rank the school quality as poor. And in this year's, we had 3% of the parents, 2% of elementary students, and 6% of our secondary students. So favorability is just really about how much our kids are liking school. So we asked our elementary and our secondary students, do they like school? And our parents, how much their child likes school. This year, there was a shift in the scale, and we used this often, almost always, always, or often, and sometimes. And so that's where these numbers come from. So we have very, very high levels of kids liking school, at least some of the time. The numbers at the bottom really indicate those who say almost always or often. So that's where you see a lot of those kids using this new scale that we would have lost out kind of capturing. We have an awful lot of both elementary and secondary students who are saying sometimes. So it's important to note. Comparisons from last year, just so you know, we were on a different scale, so it is difficult to compare directly, but 66% of our secondary students either strongly agreed or agreed to the statement of I like school. And 86% of our elementaries had a true false on that. So we do see overall strong performance here. And then the last of this very similar questions, we're just asking our kids about their student well-being, how they felt physically, emotionally, and their level of engagement. We actually started this question back at the very beginning of COVID because we were really concerned about what the effects of remote learning was going to be on our students, and we wanted to begin tracking that. And so you can see overall again, same kind of trend where our parents and elementary school students tend to rank a little higher than our secondary friends. The physical well-being for our secondary students is just 1% higher than it was last year. The emotional well-being for parents has actually increased by 5 percentage points this year, and the engagement went up by 10%. So this was on the same scale, so it is very comparable. So we do see kind of that getting back to normal and see increases. Elementary students, the scale was a little bit different, so it's difficult to compare from past. And our secondary students also grew in all 3 areas, so it was a 3% increase in physical well-being. And although that number 59 looks really scary for emotional well-being, it's actually improved by 2 points from last year. And their feelings of engagement have gone up by 8 points. So this just does represent pretty significant improvements in those areas. So this year was the year that we took the survey and we decided that it was time to revamp because we really wanted to be able to have direct measures for our strategic plan. Majority of the items, the key questions that are in our strategic plan have moved away from some of the quantifiable measures that we've used in the past of just looking at test scores and performance and rely heavily on perceptual data. And so that was why we needed to go through and really make some changes and try to align these questions to the constructs that our community, that came from the hopes and dreams from our community and are represented in our plan. So although we retained a number of the questions from the past, we did have some scale changes, as you saw in that previous example, which does make it difficult to do longitudinal data. And so I definitely appreciate, because as I started the analysis, I wasn't even aware or had forgotten how much we had changed and was frustrated by not being able to bring to you all trend analysis of year over year. The good news is that we now have really high quality questions directly aligned to our strategic plan that we're going to be able to begin tracking. And so it is very much intended to be our baseline year. So for those of you who like to try to put the context and get it all figured out, I know it's frustrating, but a lot of these we're just going to have to kind of look at. So these are the overall dimension scores for each of the main dimensions that the survey was built around, or constructs, as you might say. Just to make a note, the elementary student, we went to a 3-point scale in order to simplify and make that a more accessible survey for students. At the 3rd grade level, having 5-point Likert scales can be a little bit tricky, and so the recommendation from K-12 Insight was that we used a yes, sometimes, and no scale for this. And so that's the difference in, if you count the yeses and the sometimes, that's the darker gold for our elementary students. And if you just count the pure yeses, then you can see the lower. So I'm just going to open this up to any questions that you all might have around the dimensions, and then before I dig into, I'm going to provide you a little bit of a dig in for each of the dimensions. So,
just to make sure I'm tracking, the questions that were asked this year, we talked about that, I followed up with you, are somewhat different. Some of them might look the same, but many of them, I would say, looked a little different to me. And you said that was because we were aligning to what we as a board had approved and said we were going to do in our strategic plan, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
And then we were really striving to be able to have high quality questions that we knew we could track over the next 5 years. And so we were really careful in that kind of creation.
So I have a question. To piggyback off of, we may have adjusted some of the questions, but talk to me about the history of this survey and how often we've done it, and that it's come from our superintendent and that we've asked for student and parent participation, please.
Sure. So the climate survey has come from, is traditionally done with students and with parents. Years ago, we also did employees. That about 6 years ago, I think we changed the employee survey into an employee engagement survey. So we have done a climate survey in Leander ISD for as long as I can remember. Certainly for as long as I've been responsible in this job for this. And so I can go back and find out exactly how long that has been, but it is a very common practice, and almost all districts will do a climate survey to help dig into the initiatives to get perceptual data so that we're listening to the voices that matter, which are both our students and our parents. Does that answer? All right.
And what is the rate of return, the return rate or response rate, rather?
That is a great question. Let me look. It varied by, sorry, I've got to go back and look into the actual one. I meant to put this on here. It varied by group, and so our elementary had a 79% response rate, and that's because our elementary teachers help support our students in taking the survey, and so frequently you'll see they'll do a digital citizenship lesson related to surveys and your privacy and what kind of surveys you should answer and shouldn't answer and the kinds of questions you should be looking for, and they do that during class time. Our secondary students, we send emails, sometimes multiple emails like we had to do this year because it was May and they were pretty much done with us. And so we had a 33% response rate for secondary, which was down by about 2,000 from last year. So it's not huge difference from what we usually get from our secondary students, but it was definitely down. And then the parents' response rate is, actually the parents' response rate is difficult to interpret because we added for parents just to help. We saw the response rate was pretty low, and so we did a link that could be, typically it is an individual link to each parent so that we can verify that they are Leander ISD parents. And so they get a unique link to the survey. We ended up doing an open link and then putting that out on the website, and so that we could maybe pick up a little bit and get a little bit more participation.
And trustees, in case you get asked, it might be of interest, TEA puts out that the Texas Education Code and research on educational environments emphasize the importance of creating of a positive, safe, and supportive school climate. That's Texas Education Code 38.351. School climate means the quality and character of school life, including interpersonal relationships, teaching, learning practices, and organizational structures as experienced by the students enrolled in the school district, parents of those students, and personnel employed by the district. And as you said, we've done a different type of survey to get more robust information on that. Establishing a positive, safe, and supportive school climate represents two of the mental health components in TEC section 38.351, for which LEAs must develop practices and procedures. So,
thank you. Thank you. So the empowered student learning obviously aligns directly with our goal one, empowered student learning. And this is a construct where we ask students typically about how engaging their classroom activities are. Do they feel included? Do they have a voice? And so you can see that relatively high rates. This is, let me make sure I clarify that for the elementary, for these dimension scores or for each of these questions, these are only the students that said yes, not the sometimes students. So this is just yes. So overall, we feel like there is some room to work, and that's why it's a goal for us now. One of the most startling things that sort of pop out here is the students, teachers asking students what they want to learn about. Obviously, this is not an indicator where we would want it to be 100%. You don't want a school where kids just do whatever they want to learn about, right? But it is a baseline measure to help us see and does sort of bring to mind here that we are beginning to provide some voice and choice with students in terms of how they're showing their learning, but really connecting to those passions and interest is still an area that we need to continue with. The student experience construct really then does dig into that passions and interests, and do kids actually have an opportunity to pursue those in our schools? Again, this is baseline measure, but it certainly gives us some areas where we want to pay attention to. To me, it was very interesting that over 2/3 of our kids could say, yeah, I know what I'm not good at, but much fewer could say that they are able to, that school's helping them discover the skills that they are good at. And I think this really speaks a lot to the potential focus on learning loss and intervention and support, that perhaps there may be some deficit thinking going into, at least from our students' perspective, of what they're seeing. Any questions? Can I go? So the question was actually on the passions and interests, was phrased a little bit differently for our elementary friends. It was just, do I get to learn about things that interest me? So the language was a little bit different. Our meaningful learning construct is really probably the lowest and most concerning of what we've seen. So it's really good that our very first goal is all about trying to improve the relevancy in learning and rigor for our students. And so you can see just 1/3 of the students see how our secondary students see how school relates to the world outside. Almost half can kind of see how subjects kind of hang together. Again, very low rates here where our secondary students particularly are connecting their learning to the real world. Growth mindset is one of the areas that we, as a moderate celebration, I guess, for the survey. So you can see that between 2/3 and 3/4 typically of the students are answering favorably for questions related to the growth mindset. And I think this really speaks to the foundation of culture in the district, where there are many campuses that have been working on this for quite some time, and it seems to be working. We are wondering about that elementary dip in finishing activities that they start and using feedback to improve their learning or their grades and their performance. So that's something we're going to want to dig into a little bit more. So this acceptance and belonging is a construct that relates to our goal about safe and learning and innovative learning environments, as well as equitable access. And this one has caused us to scratch our heads probably more than any of the others. So while we have relatively high levels of favorable responses for feeling accepted and school being welcoming, a welcoming place, the questions related to for students feeling good about themselves and feeling respected and feeling safe to be themselves are much lower than what we would want to see. Only 50% of our students feeling like they're being respected at school has caused us to ask a lot of questions. Mostly, I think, if it was just elementary, we would say, okay, they're just not sure what we mean by respected, and we need to unpack that, right? But the fact that both elementary and secondary students are feeling that way, I think there is a need to do some more digging around what students mean by that and how we might be able to improve that. All right, so relationships with teachers, again, pretty strong construct for us. More than 2/3 of the students and the parents feel that they have adults on their campus that will respond to their needs. Even higher rates feel like they're getting help and that the teachers care about their learning and growing and feel valued for their diverse perspectives. That lower rate of favorability on building curiosity to pursue passions and interest. And then that last one is around opportunities for parents and teachers to build relationships together. So that's really speaks to our family engagement. The graduate profile gave us some really interesting data to sort of think about. So although the awareness of the graduate profile amongst students, parents, and teachers is really consistently low, And that is not surprising since we rolled out the graduate profile last year at the leadership retreat, and then we got hit with Delta, and everything sort of the year became what it was, and then Omicron. And so, direct focus on the graduate profile. What's really fascinating to me is that we have very high levels of kids, though, that are, when we ask them about the attributes themselves, like, is what you're doing in school helping you become a more critical thinker? Is it helping you become a compassionate community contributor? Those rates are very high. So although we're not explicitly tying it to the graduate profile, our kids are working on those, and they recognize those important attributes. Safety and behavior. This is one where I regret changing the scale on, because I really wish that we could do some more comparison for it's important to note that those last two about drugs and alcohol and bullying, that does not mean that 69% of our parents or 72% of our secondary students have seen drugs. It's the reverse, so it's done. The favorable rating is no on that one. Yeah, because when I looked at it, you're like, oh my gosh, so it's actually very low rates so it was shifted there for you. Equitable access, we did not ask our elementary. We did try to keep our elementary survey shorter, and so that's why you'll see some of these don't have the yellow bars. This one was fascinating because it broke the trend of our parents' perceptions versus our students' perceptions, and so kids are feeling this, have a much higher favorable rating towards most of the initiatives that we're doing, or what's happening. And, with 2/3 of the kids feel like we are working hard to identify and remove the barriers, which is the first goal in our equitable access, and critical to our DEI work moving forward. Family involvement was only asked to parents, and so you can kind of see about 2/3 of the parents have favorable responses, which is good baseline, but not high enough. So certainly helps us now craft what we're going to be doing with our goal number 3, family engagement. We did ask about frequency of communication in general. This is related to also our goal 3, family engagement. And this is kind of the Goldilocks question. So how happy are you? Was it just enough? Too much or too little? And it's fascinating. We're actually almost to the sweet spot on this, because if you get too far, then, if you go too far and you have people who say not enough, that goes down so low, then people get overwhelmed with it. So we're close. However, there is, this does indicate there is some room to grow with providing additional communication.
Sarah, remind me, is there a counterpart to this to say, and I felt like the communication gave me the information I needed? Or do we have anything like that to see how the information, is it hitting the mark?
There was a question related to their satisfaction level with the communication that they're receiving, and we had 64% of our parents and guardians say that they were satisfied or very satisfied with the communications that they receive from the district. And so it's a little lower than that 76%, and again, gives us that sense of, okay, that's kind of where we need to work. But we did also ask a question about how do you prefer to be communicated with, and most preferred emails and text messages. There is a built-in bias, however, because the survey was an electronic survey that was delivered by email. And so you have to kind of consider that. It's difficult to. So this is the one that is bothersome. So our net promoter score, I don't know if y'all remember this from the past, but we look at, simple question, would you recommend Leander ISD to your friends and neighbors? And then the net promoter score is the promoters less the detractors. And so what we have here is, last year our score was a 39, so it's a really significant drop. That was one of the first things that alarmed me from this. So last year we had 39% of, 16% were detractors, so that's gone up quite a bit. Passive stayed the same, but our promoters went down from 55 to 47.
So detractors are if anywhere between a 0 to 6, right? They got a number scale.
Yes.
So on a number scale from 0 to 10, how would you do it?
So 6, 0, all of those are in the detractors. Do we have any breakdown on what those numbers actually ended up being?
We can get that.
I was just curious. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to look at that, is to see, are they all clustering down at the 0, or
it would
are
be
we
good to
looking at
know.
6s here?
I'm not sure. I'm just curious, right? Because when there are some people when they look at scores don't want to give you glowing reviews. Then again, we still need to look at all of this, right? It's a detractor score. We need to pay attention, but just to try to give us that.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that's probably the next step for our cabinet level, is to take a look at that and really start thinking about what's happening. I did talk with our consultants at K-12 Insight, and she said specifically that this is a trend that they've seen nationally. Mm-hmm. Every survey they've done this year, this is what they've seen. In fact, she said our drop was actually on the small side compared to what most districts are seeing.
What did most districts see?
Just a really significant drop. She had some that dropped 20 plus points.
So quick question on that part. So this question was only given to parents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said earlier that in years past the link was given specific to parents, because that way we would know that they were parents in LISD, but that some of this was open?
That is true.
Okay.
Small percentage that did the open, but we can look at that to see if there's an overwhelming number. Then that looks like
I'd be curious about that.
Anomaly. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Thanks.
agree. I think it's a great thing to dig into. So many things. I have a whole year's worth of work here.
Can you follow up with our survey people too, to say, hey, we're wanting to figure out how do we improve? Are you able to go back and ask people? Did they? Sometimes you can leave your email to say follow up with me because I've got an earful for you. Do we have that so we can go and find out from them?
So with the students and the parents, there was a unique link, although we don't get the data disaggregated by person. So it is
because we keep anonymity for.
It's to keep anonymity for the purposes of this, but it does help us to see kind of where people are. We can go back and look at the raw data and see where people are clustering, like what campus and things like that. So we can connect it to some demographic data to try to help us see, is this just an issue with 8th graders or whatever. So facilities was an interesting one. I don't know what to make of this, to tell you the truth. So there was a change in the scale, but I don't know. So our secondary students, again, are negative or more negative. Just eyeballing really quickly, because we haven't had a chance to do the dig in of the analysis of the comments that were made. There's a lot of stuff about bathrooms, restrooms, and just not liking them. So that may be playing into that. But that secondary students is a drop of 17 points from last year's survey. And so parents dropped by a couple of points, and elementary dropped, all of them dropped by about 4 or 5 points. So I have an action item to meet with Jimmy and try to unpack a little bit of this to try to help us understand what's happening. Almost finished. So the co-curricular and extracurricular is something we added a couple years because we really wanted to get a sense of how many of our kids are participating, and also what are some of the barriers. And so it's interesting to see that we have about a 6% drop in participation in extracurricular this year from last year, which I don't know how to explain, given I imagine that it's probably COVID related. But in looking specifically at the reasons for not participating, it was an 8% increase in those saying that there's not something that, a majority of them are saying that there's not something that they're interested in, and that went up from 48 to 56% this year. So now a majority of the kids that aren't participating are telling us it's because we don't have something that they're interested in, which gives us some action items to really be thinking about having student focus groups and digging deeper into what would students want to see. There's an increase of 9% of kids not saying they don't have time, increase of 3% in kids saying that they can't afford, and 4% saying that they tried out but didn't meet the requirements for the team.
Did we have that cannot afford last time? Was there an increase in that?
Pardon me?
The cannot afford, was
there? Yeah, it's at 3%, so it went from 6 to 9%.
Oh, okay.
And that's just that 22% of the kids that aren't participating, 9% of them are telling us it's because they can't afford it. All right. Transportation, I think probably the most, so we did have an increase in both elementary and secondary ridership. So that went up 11% of elementary kids rode last year, or that number went up 11% and 9% for secondary students. Generally, I think our kids are feeling safe. Everything is fine. The interesting thing that came out this year, which was a significant change from last year, was the being on time. And I know that that's something that y'all are all aware of, but it was really interesting to see about a third of the time, a third of the people said the bus is sometimes on time. A third said it's rarely on time, or rarely or never, and a third said it is always on time or regularly on time. So it's, I think that's very geographical.
And the 49% that feel safe on their bus, is that trending upward, downward, about the same?
Again, that's the elementary that is just the yes response. And so when you add their yes plus the sometimes, you get that finer level. So a big majority of the kids last year, sorry, I don't have that right here.
So but the stats were different for last year, so we couldn't do a comparison.
Right, it was a true false last year. All right, so this is just preliminary findings. We just wanted to kind of, sometimes I feel like we just come up here and we go, okay, well, here it is, and then walk away. So these are some of the areas that we recognized right away on the preliminary analysis that's going to help us guide some actions in the future. Again, it's important to note that we've gotten this out. Every campus has their campus reports, and this will be going to cabinet and to other key leaders over the next several weeks, and we'll be continuing to work through this.
And Sarah, and I sent you an email about it because my question was, when it says continue or expand, then I'm assuming then we think in those recommendations that the current service or what we're currently doing is working, so we either continue it or we expand it. But there were some things where I'm like, I don't know if I would continue or expand. I want to know if we're thinking outside the box. But you've already clarified these are preliminary findings.
Yes.
You told us you were going to be digging into some more. Thank you so much. I think I know that every single one of us could leave with stories or thoughts of whatever we want. It doesn't help until you get the work done. No messaging works on this right now until you get some more time to dig into it and see what's going on. I'd love to have you come back before the board, though, and let us know now after we've dug, here's some recommendations. So.
Absolutely. It
Okay.
was fascinating to watch principals digging into their data over the retreat, and what I saw overwhelmingly, I think what I noticed in those that I talked to about this was that it was very affirming to them. They liked the new questions and the alignment to the district strategic plan, and they were very affirmed by the things that they had come to the table thinking they needed to work on were things that were showing up in their survey data. So.
And overall emotional, we said, well-being increased.
It did increase,
Yeah,
although
okay.
it's still just at 59% for our secondary students, and so there's definitely questions. And so, again, that will go to cabinet, to teaching and learning, and then all the way down to the counseling department to really try to dig into that a little bit more.
Board members, any other questions?
This is great information. I'm excited to see the next, right?
I know,
it's
right?
so, Christine and I were saying, it's going to be so powerful when, there are some areas that we know right now, hey, that we need to address, right? But I think being able to really understand those trends, and I'm with you about being safe. I really wish we had that, before Uvalde and after, because I am curious how that impacts our students and their feelings of safety day to day. But, so when will we be doing this again?
So this year, the survey was done in May, and we won't do that again. It was not a good idea. It actually was necessary because the strategic plan wasn't approved until end of February, and then we had to do all of the redesign and all of that work. And so we plan to we hope to implement it this year in February and do in the past we've done sort of February till mid-March, and that kind of gives a nice. It is interesting though because the Uvalde incident occurred in the middle of or towards the end of the window where this was open, and so it's really difficult to to be able to interpret that.
I think the part that kind of concerns me is the 50% of students report feeling respected at school, and we all know if students don't feel respected in their environment, then they're going to have a hard time learning. I would really kind of like to dig deep into that, because I know, just hearing from my own students, I know our LGBTQIA students are, some of the stuff I hear from my own students, what those students are being targeted, called, it breaks my heart, and I can understand why they don't feel respected. So I personally want to kind of maybe see our DEI officer and our committee, DEI committee, kind of dig into that, and also our student advisory, our superintendent student advisory. Again, our students, you know, they're not going to feel respected. They don't feel like they're safe in their environment. They're going to shut down. So I kind of, for me personally, I kind of want to, I'd like to dig a little deeper into that.
I really appreciate that, because I already have a plan. We need to get out there on campuses and have focus groups and just hear richly from students what is their experience. I don't want to draw conclusions yet, but it's extremely concerning. We will be presenting this same data to CFAC and asking them what they think we need to be working on and how they might want to approach that. And so we probably will engage them in that research process of really trying to understand and dig deeper to understand some of those things.
And sir, thank you. I mean, I think there could be, it's not, but there could be a desire to go, oh wait, we'll go get it fixed, we'll do all the recommendations, and then we'll tell the board. You're telling us now these are preliminary recommendations. We don't have all the answers, we don't know why this is, there's tons of different reasons, we're gonna go dig into it, but here's the raw data. That's vulnerable. I appreciate y'all being authentic, transparent, and you know we're going to be asking you questions. And it sounds like you are already eagerly looking forward and anticipating tons of research. So thank you for doing that, and we'll look forward to hearing an update from you once you get some more progress made.
And you will also see this data in our community-based accountability report that we're looking forward to publishing for you in the end of August. So we're actively now working on lining up the questions with the specific key questions and the evidence that is already contained for our CBAS.
Just a quick comment, which is, you mentioned that the secondary was down like 2,000 people from last year, and so wondering if you have any plans to try and get the engagement back up, and also if you've taken a look at the abandon, it looks pretty long, so, well, somewhat long, abandon rate and how long it takes, and see how it can be more, I guess, inviting for them to do it.
Absolutely, I appreciate that suggestion, and that's a good idea to go and look at abandonment rate. We did have one campus, secondary campus, that had something like 70% of their kids at the secondary level, and that I think we can certainly look at them as a bright spot and have them talk with their fellow principals on what they did. We do ask our principals to make an announcement, have a time during the day, during advisory period, where they ask all kids to open up the survey and do it right then. I think it happens differently on each campus, and certainly doing it in February and March should be helpful next year, and getting a little bit more teacher involvement to have the kids. It may speak to the fact that they don't think their voice matters, and so we've got to change that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm excited about the intentionality of the alignment to the strategic plan. And it's a little annoying this year because there's some things we wish we could have tracked from prior to now, but the intentionality of aligning to the strategic plan creates this really solid baseline that allows us to really look at progress as we go forward in alignment to exactly what we set our goals as. And so I'm excited about what happens and what we see in the next couple of years as we start to track the data more carefully.
Thank you for the
Sarah,
good work.
and
Yeah.
take care of that shoulder.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah, and team, really. Yes. Thank y'all. Thank you for the whole team. All right, we'll move on next. Update on Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. This morning, Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet. I was thinking about this morning. This evening, we'll provide an update of some of our activities over the last couple of months, and then provide an opportunity to take questions. So it has been a very productive 6 months since joining the district. I am a force of one with a lot of support, but we've done, I think, some really good things in the short time we've been here. I want to start with our framework: diversity, inclusion, and equity. In all transparency, I need to work on my acronym here. I mean, I know it really doesn't work. Okay, so, but we want to start with, yes, some people are catching up with that. Okay, yeah. So, but we want to start with diversity because diversity is the core of everything that we do. You know, especially diversity of thought, bringing in all perspectives, making sure that every single person has a place here in Leander ISD. Once we achieve diversity of thought, that's where we move to inclusion. You cannot get to equity unless you have inclusion, and inclusion is predicated upon diversity. Every single person needs to have their voice heard. Every perspective needs to be considered. And over the last 6 months, we spent a lot of time doing that. I've been out meeting with principals, meeting with community members, teachers, had a couple of listening sessions, and it's all about getting to the middle to make sure that any solutions that we fashion are not only effective, but sustainable. I mean, this work cannot just be a one and done. Dr. Gehring talks a lot about us being a learning organization. And I believe in the learning organization concept. And to me, the learning organization is based on one thing. What we learn in 2022 as an organization, we should not have to relearn in 2023. Forward, always forward, because our students are depending upon us. So that's our framework. And I've been spending a lot of time on the diversity piece and the inclusion piece. Equity will come. We're working on that. We're collecting data. But we have to get people aligned first. And this summer, the leadership workshops, we spent a lot of time focusing on alignment and making sure that this office, our practice, is connected to the people in the field. So I made a lot of campus visits since starting in January. I've been to probably 90% of all the campuses and met with the staff. A lot of windshield time. It's been good, though. Spent a lot of time with the principals. I think they know this office wants to be a resource and a partner. We have no agenda except for making sure that every single student, every day, has increased access and opportunity. That is our mission, no matter who they are, where they come from. Ethical leadership is something that we focused on starting back in April with the assistant principals. I delivered 4 two-hour micro workshops this summer. I thought they were very productive. A lot of good conversations, learned a lot. Some of the conversations we had, seeing people connect this work to their practice, that's what it's about for me. You know, because it's not about hyperbole, it's not about theory. It is about taking this work and making it operational. And that's what we've been focused on. And then I've served as an internal consultant for a lot of my peers. I've been drawn into meetings, and the most magical thing has happened. People are requesting to partner with this office. And that's what we wanted. We wanted people to see us as a resource. We're not here in a gotcha posture. We're not here to charge anyone up. This is truly about collaboration. How do we make our system more responsive in the midst of probably the most prodigious demographic changes we've seen in 100 years? How do we do that? And that's what we've been working on. Also, I had a conversation with Dr. Sarah Martinez earlier in the spring, and we worked on something called the Cultural Competency Survey for Teachers, which we hope to administer 3 times this year, or in the upcoming year, I should say. The beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of the year. We want the teachers to self-report areas that they may have some blind spots in. You know, some teachers may come to us when they report and say, you know what, I'm really struggling with students who are new to the country. No judgment, no acrimony. How do we fashion solutions to help them close that gap so that every student can be successful? So we want to collect the data. share it with the area soups, push it down to the principals, and then work with them and the other stakeholders here to come up with programs to help close those gaps. And then we want the campuses to start looking at setting DEI campus goals around student performance and teacher efficacy. You know, because one of the things we talk a lot about when I was in the corporate sector, if you don't set a goal for it, you're really not tracking on it. And these goals are not designed to be gotcha moments. They're not. You know, if we have a gap in terms of student performance and the campus works with this office in the area soup and the chief of schools, and we say we can commit to closing that gap by 8 percentage points by the end of this year. What steps do we need to take to close that gap? What programs can we assist them with? So that is coming this fall. And then I wanted to include this slide because it was the hallmark of what we did this summer with the leaders. Leading with positive ethical values builds trust and brings out the best in people, which brings out the best in the organization, which leads to great results. Everything hinges on our leadership. They have to model what we want to see our staff, how they comport themselves, how they conduct themselves, making sure that every single student is valued and respected, every single family is valued and respected. So the leadership piece was a lot of what we focused on. Now that we are in a place where I feel the leadership understands what this office is about and some of the goals that we want to set and the alignment has been secured, now we want to start working with, in the fall, with frontline staff. And so we'll talk about that a little bit later. One of the slides that I showed to every group I've been in front of is a slide I want to share with you. When we think about this office, I want us to think about this particular clip. It's a video clip, it's only like 2 minutes long, but it really is about what this office is about for Leander ISD. And so I think we have it queued up, and then we'll talk about it on the back side.
There's a chapel in Kansas, standing on the exact center of the lower 48. It never closes. All are more than welcome to come meet here in the middle. It's no secret, the middle has been a hard place to get to lately, between red and blue, between servant and citizen, between our freedom and our fear. Now, fear has never been the best of who we are. And as for freedom, it's not the property of just the fortunate few. It belongs to us all. Whoever you are, wherever you're from, it's what connects us. And we need that connection. We need the middle. We just have to remember the very soil we stand on is common ground. So we can get there. We can make it to the mountaintop, through the desert, and we will cross this divide. Our light has always found its way through the darkness, and there's hope on the road up ahead.
It reminds me of home, the Midwest, in the winter. Yeah, it does. It does. Yep, good times. February in the Midwest. Hey, I love it. Good times. So when it comes to this office, I want people to think about that clip because that's what this office is about. We want to bring everyone to the middle because there's been a lot of static and noise around this work. My job is to clarify that, to make sure that everyone knows they have a place here and that every voice matters, and that all perspectives are valued, even if not agreed with. All right. So some things looking ahead. One of the things that I neglected to point out at the beginning is that a lot of our activities are aligned with AE local policy that this board adopted. You'll see that with the professional development opportunities, the focus on tracking disparities, and making sure that we set goals to close gaps. So I wanted to make sure that I covered that. The department retreat meetings are currently going on. I've been invited to several of them. I'll be presenting around some of the things that we talked about here tonight. Leadership retreat was one of the highlights of my time here. We talked about the book, the Diversity and Inclusion Handbook, and the conversation I thought was extremely productive. People were very honest. One of the things that I want people to understand about this office is that vulnerability is valued, but it's voluntary because we are adult learners. And a lot of people were very vulnerable when they found ways to connect the book to their practice. During the leadership retreat, I met with people offline, conducted advisory sessions. Once again, it was requested, which is really, really good, you know, because I think people see that we're an honest broker. In the fall, I'll be rolling out a multimedia presentation entitled The Power of Perception. It goes deeper, starts looking at some real issues that a lot of practitioners need to confront in a non-judgmental way to make sure that their leadership is inclusive and impactful. And then the DEI Ethical Leadership course will be offered to selected leaders also in the fall. So this is by no means an exhaustive list of what this office has been doing, but I think you can see that we've been heavily engaged since arriving here. So, and with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Board members, any questions?
I have a comment. I have heard from principals throughout the year that you've been an asset coming to their campus and working through whatever problem arose or just what are they missing. So I've heard great things, so I appreciate that. And the other comment I had is I was there on Monday. I'll be honest, I was like, no one's going to answer. No one's going to speak up. Why would they? And it took one person, and once that one person just let it out, I was so impressed by our principals being vulnerable and asking like, hey, because of you and because of this, making me understand I had my own biases up, and now I'm going to figure out what am I going to do this year to remove those biases. Those are some pretty powerful conversations that we had Monday at the leadership, and it was everybody, it was all the principals, every team, cabinet. It was fantastic. So thank you so much for one, making the space for our educators and doing the hard work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for being there.
So I know I was there and watched some of those conversations, and I see how that could possibly work in one of our Team of 8 trainings. Now, board members, we know Team of 8 training, when we get together as a group over quorum, we are going to be videotaped. Fine. You know, that's where we have hard, raw, honest discussions. The Diversity and Inclusion Handbook looked at it. It seems like it's something that the board may be interested in, but I'm not going to speak for you. So what I'd like you to do is, you can look at Anna's copy tonight before you leave. If you think you're interested in doing this as your own like book study now, and then as a team of 8, if you want us to dedicate some time in the agenda to have some discussions on the handbook, we can certainly do that. But let Mitchie or Dr. Gehring know. All right? Okay.
Is the 2-hour micro workshop, the ethical leadership is inclusive leadership, is that going to be included in the Leadership Leander program that is going to start? Or is that something to add?
Dr. Gehring, that's totally up to you. We have not, but that's something we can include.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that. It's not in the current planning for this first year.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Dwayne. Thank you. All right. Board members, we'll move on to 7B, governance, and we're going to start with the first item on that. Under there, long-range facility plannings. We have it broken into 2 parts. So that's 2 parts of our conversation. Update on school of choice. So we'll take up that one first.
All right, good evening, everyone, Madam President, trustees. Purpose of this presentation is to provide you an update on the work being done around schools of choice and to share recommendations about possible schools of choice, and then talk to you a little bit about the feedback that we've gathered so far from our campus leaders and our district leaders, and then discuss all that and also get some insights from you on what might be the best way to move forward with gathering input from our community. So to start, we've seen this a couple of times before in the last couple of years, but just a reminder of what, for the purposes of Leander ISD, what is a school of choice. It is a public school offering specialized educational opportunities that utilize a non-conventional approach and are designed to meet the diverse needs and interests of students. You can see the 3 bullets: choice and access, varied educational opportunities for all students, and then maximizing efficiencies with the resources and facilities that we have in the district. So that's the what. Now, why are we talking about schools of choice? I'm going to take it back even a little bit prior to this slide, 2018-ish, when we were aggregating some feedback we were getting from our community members, from parents and students about opportunities and options that they were desiring to have built into LISD. That were continued and evolved into community conversations that we've talked about before. We had feeder patterns meeting at each of our high schools, and you can see that early 2020, early enough that we were meeting in person without a care in the world. It was really wonderful. We had over 4,000 participants, and enticed most of them at the end of each meeting to participate in the thought exchange survey and to rate some of the comments of their fellow participants. So what came out of that survey, you can see the results here. The top vote getter for hopes and dreams for their students, for their children, was taking care of social emotional learning. Also, again, along with that, looking for new or improved, programs, options, opportunities for their students, and that ties right into individualized learning as well. And then you see there was a lot of comments around flexible grading and safety. Yes, you have a question already. Okay. So when we look at schools of choice, it really addresses or has a positive impact on many of those areas, and which most of the ones like the new and improved stuff, individualized learning, that's readily apparent. Conversations we've been having have been also about that social emotional piece and the impact that schools of choice can have with these smaller learning environments, more of a personal touch and approach, and that more of a tight-knit community, especially when you're looking at people who share like a common passion. So this presentation on schools of choice is under the heading of the long-range facilities plan and the long-range planning committee, the board's long-range planning committee. When you look at the bullets there, the kind of the parameters for the purpose of that committee, you'll see student access to learning experiences that interest them, and focus on facilities optimization and being able to address some of the changes in population over time. One of the things that I found interesting as I was listening to the survey data that was shared earlier, and then the Dwayne's presentation a moment ago, was there's a lot of tie-in with schools of choice, with access to opportunities and relevant learning and the ability to dig deeper into their passions. So based on the work of that committee, a school of choice core team was established consisting of campus leaders and district leaders, about 25, 30 people over the summer that have met multiple times and to dig into what might some viable options be for Leander ISD for schools of choice. That team dug into some of the research that some of the newest and updated research that we've shared with you before relative to workforce data for the Central Texas area, the capital area, the outlying rural areas. We dug into the latest data from the Austin Chamber of Commerce around occupational projections and trends. We looked at some of our present programmatic offerings in our comprehensive high schools and took them into consideration in regards to what might be some possible schools of choice to augment or supplement what we currently have. We got feedback from our trustees and dug into that as well. And so from that work, they did come up with 7 recommendations for 7 schools of choice that they feel would be viable options. And we'll talk about those in a minute. This is the timeline. Dr. Carlene and I shared this with you at a prior presentation. This is the timeline that we committed ourselves to for schools of choice. So like you see there, in June, the core team dug into June and July, dug into the research and got solicited input. And then in July, actually just a couple days ago at retreat, we did a lot of information gathering from our campus leaders and from our district leaders relative to the options and what they felt might make the most sense for us as we look forward. And then, in August, which is next month, we'll be going out to our communities and our students and asking for their feedback, and so that we can bring a recommendation to you all in September. So these are the 7 schools of choice that the School of Choice core team has been digging into and has landed on as viable options for Leander ISD. I'm gonna dig into each one a little bit more. I just wanted to put them all in one slide just for the big reveal, so you wouldn't be waiting for a particular one and wondering if it's there while I was going on and on about each one. So let's just jump right into these. So first, and I'm not ranking them at this point, I'm just sharing information for you, but one of the viable options was a STEM high school. So it would be the areas that made sense based on occupational trends were computer programming and software development, cybersecurity, networking, and manufacturing. And within manufacturing, that also includes engineering. I was told by Camille earlier today, because I thought we left that part out. Another viable option and occupational trend data that we see time and time again is the health professions high school, with looking at, of course, like I said, health science, but also the biomedical sciences. School of Fine Arts. And when you look at the grade levels, you'll notice this is not a high school recommendation. This is a K-8 recommendation. There was a lot of discussion about whether it would be a K-5 or a K-8, or if it could be a K-5 that built into a K-8. They even talked about sample courses and what that might look like and some programs of study. Design school. So when you think of a design school, what they're talking about is design thinking. It's been around for a little while, but it kind of come into vogue from the Stanford School of Design And so this would be, instead of a specialization, like an occupational specialization, this would be a school with a specialized instructional model built around design thinking. Ready, Set, Teach Academy. This would be an EC, early childhood through 12th grade, standalone school, providing opportunities, like it says, for students interested in entering the field of education, and also in opportunities for our older students to really work with our younger students and build a EC 12 community with a really strong mentoring component to it. Then we have a mastery-based learning school, and which we were really kind of wordsmith this, so it sounds a little fancy, but really kind of transcend that grade level boundary. Now that we came up with that word, I can't think of a way to just say it differently. I don't want to read it, but where the content's individualized, and so the course of study and the pacing of the study is really tailored to each student. That would be K-5. And then a School of International Business. Business came up a lot in our occupational trend data. And so we'd be looking at a high school and focusing on business areas. You can see accounting, finance, management, marketing, sales, entrepreneurship. And then, but with the international component, we would be looking to target some of those critical languages that we, in addition to some of the languages we already have in the district. So this is the part of the show where I tell you a little bit about what the campus leaders thought and what our district leaders thought. So we provided multiple opportunities to share this presentation with people, and then we invited feedback from the members of leadership in our district that were also participating in the leadership retreat on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Here is what they said. So we had about 70 people provide feedback to us, and we did it through one of our favorite activities, the hot dot activity. And so each of those people was provided 3 hot dots, and these are the results of the feedback. And I'm missing a good joke over there. I don't know.
That's all. We're just like,
all right.
Where's our teachers?
So it's summertime. So we, along with only doing campus and district leaders with the initial work, because again, it's summertime, we haven't gone out to the community yet. That's why that's happening in August. As soon as we can get people back, whether it's on contract or into our schools, that's when we're going to be digging into that information for sure. The reason why this is initial feedback, this is a multi-step process. Keep in mind, we need initial feedback to kind of provide us with some insights about how best to take this to our community. Do we want to take 7 options to the community? Does it make sense to take 5 options or 3 options? We are still wrestling with that, and the thinking was that some of this data might provide us with insights or something to talk about here in this room tonight. I mean, as soon as we got principals back, we surveyed them. So we are, the thinking was we do not need to pester our teachers we kind of survey them a lot, even during the school year. I don't think I'd be able to report to Sade that we had a high percentage of participation on our survey if we sent it to parents and or teachers during the summer. The other thing is I think there was a worry, just being serious now for a minute, there was a concern that any type of surveying like that or gathering of feedback during the summer might be seen as disingenuous and an attempt to sneak some things through while people are on vacation. So we were very careful not to do that. So this is the aggregated data from the district leaders and the campus leaders, and I have that broken out for you, but you can see that the STEM high school did rank the highest, with health professions close behind, as well as the School of Fine Arts for that K-8 group was right there. And then international business, mastery-based learning, design school, and Ready, Set, Teach. One of the important things that we've been talking about, and I just want to remind trustees, is that within that 10-year facilities plan, and whatever CFAC, our CFAC committee, if you guys decide you want to convene that, or I think, did we vote on that last time? Anyway, it's tonight. But there may be opportunities, or there may be more than one school of choice built into that 10-year plan. The bond that we recently proposed had multiple schools of choice in it. So what that means is it's not necessarily the most important information to decide, well, which one is number one or number two or number three, because there hopefully will be multiple opportunities. So campus leaders, a little bit different than the overall data. See, that School of Fine Arts creeped into the number one spot, then STEM, then health professions. District leaders. So those are the 7 options that this initial work of a core team during the summer has come up with as viable options. You've seen results from an initial group of district and campus leaders about their preferences or their thoughts on what might be the most relevant or useful for our families. The next step is in August, as everybody's coming back. We'll get everybody back first. We're not going to do it on the first day of school, to gather information from our community, from our teachers, from our students, and go from there. So that's the information. I would like to turn off my mic, and I'll happily turn it back on to answer questions, but open up the discussion.
Board members?
I think this is super helpful. I'm glad we got some initial conversations, because now I have a long to-do list of people I need to talk to with the Ready, Set, Teach program, but clearly I'm passionate about that one. But I think it's a great initial assessment and gives us some really good, I think STEM and health professions and fine arts are definitely ones that are great options and great opportunities for our students of choice and stuff. And so I'm excited about the data. I definitely want to talk to more people about Ready, Set, Teach and what that could look like and how we could build a robust program there.
I would just say, not surprisingly, the need for teachers did get into the rankings, which it normally, when we've looked at it over the last few years, it's not really in there as one that's a high need. It's getting in there now, and so I was a little surprised, and it wouldn't necessarily have been valid data, but I was a little surprised that at this moment, when principals are very preoccupied with staffing and have performed Herculean efforts to get teachers on board, that they might not have thought, hey, that might be a good idea.
As I look at it, I really am focusing on what our principals are looking at and trying to put my ideas of like, hey, I think Ready, Set, Teach is really great. Thinking the same, but our principals are there with students. And I just feel like they are going to have such a pulse on what they're seeing, they're hearing. They know, I feel, they're going to know better than a lot of us of what students are going to want. But I think the real critical piece is going to be what parents are going to want, because students may want a lot of different things, but really for these programs, the decision's going to be made by parents. So I'm really eager to, get this in front of parents and kind of see where they're at. I am curious, what are our thoughts and what you are thinking on how many opportunities to put out there? Is it all of these? Is that too much? Should we do, so many options that are at a high school level and so many options that, I'm curious. I don't think that that's too much. If it was 12, I'd say that's too much. But I'm curious what are y'all thinking about that right now, and what's your ideas about that too, Dr. Gehring?
No, go ahead, sir, because I was going to say I'm curious about what you all are all thinking, and that's why we're here this evening talking about it.
Yeah, I think there's still opportunity for us to do more education around what each of these is. I'm not sure that there's a really clear understanding of what a Ready, Set, Teach K-12 or EC-12 looks like, or what that means, or how that operates. So I think there's still a lot of work to come in exploring these opportunities. And part of the reason I say that is just looking at the data. We're all very familiar with these concepts of STEM, health professional, and fine arts. Those are the ones we hear about all the time, right? So they're just more familiar, they're more likely to be chosen at this point. So I think it's interesting to dig a little bit more into how do we educate people really well on what each of these opportunities presents itself at, before we start really understanding. And I think that's where Matt's team came from in this, is let's go look at the occupational data and make sure that we understand what the need in the community is, and bring those to the table. And then from there we can start to refine that list down, to start to see what really viable options are. We're not going to build 6 or 7 schools of choice. We're not going to build one of each of these. I don't think that's going to happen. But we do need to, I think, over time hone that down to what opportunities do our students really need, and what's going to really benefit our community as we go forward.
Thank you for the work. I'm super excited about the schools of choice. I've said, we have to make our district schools the choice of schools. 2 comments. On page or slide 4, I thought it was interesting that grades and class rank was one of our top themes, considering we have a new grading policy and also our class ranking. What?
It was from Hopes and Dreams conversations, right, before we did that.
Oh.
So you bring up an excellent point. So we actually addressed that after it came up, because it came up in February of 2020. And so there's a few people on this board that spent a lot of time in a committee to work on grade reform and developing or kind of adjusting our system so it was more passion friendly to as far as students being able to take courses aligned to their interest without taking as big of a hit to in the GPA race.
I'd be curious now, since it's implemented, what that looks like, since this is from 2018. But also, y'all know I'm going to ask this policy committee. I am very eager for EHBJ local. That I feel like is a strong foundation for our schools of choice. I know other districts have this, and what I love about it is it guarantees that transportation piece. What does that enrollment look like? So policy committee, hello, EHBJ local, I'd like to see y'all look into that if possible. Again, if we're going to truly get behind these schools of choice, we need to have a strong foundation and really get behind them and ensure that every barrier is broken down. We're giving access to each and every student, and that through local policy is how we ensure that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, and I don't know how much the policy committee would need to do before we send this out to the community for input, but I do wonder, this has a bit of a feel of when we had our programs through committee through DWIC, and they came out and brought us a list, and then we said, oh, we can't afford all these things. That's really frustrating for a community we ask for the community engagement and then be told, I'm sorry, never mind, we can't do that. I don't know if we need a full-fledged policy, but there's part of me that says, or is thinking, when we ask the community these questions, whenever we're ready to do that, and I'm not sure when that is, I feel like there are certain things that need to be in place. Like, what is our commitment to keep this program once kiddos get started in it? How are we going to do the transportation? How much is this going to cost us as a district? What we as a board are committing to if the community chooses this program? Because if one of these programs is $1 bazillion and one is $100,000 and they're both weighted the same, then I'm going to say, can we do the $100,000 one? And I'm using ridiculous numbers, obviously. But to show that I just think there's more that I'm just kind of concerned of how can we really get good community feedback based on our ask. Community engagement's important, but if it's going to help us inform our decisions, we also need to be able to tell our community what we're thinking of. So I think this is great information. I'm wondering, like, okay, what then, as a board, as admin, what do we think that next step is? Because I feel like if we go straight to community input at this point, we might be missing a step.
I think at least what I was thinking of is, especially in regards to transportation, right? We have amazing programs now, but a lot of students have trouble getting there, correct? And so I think that would be a great community conversation, you know? Is transportation an issue? What does that look like? You know, I think that that is one of those things we take it all to the community. And what I was thinking is, you know, get the community input, get our teachers input, and then, you know, they come back to us, and that's when our policy committee can go through and kind of look at everybody's recommendations, what this looks like for our community, because I think that that conversation is what will help drive that policy discussion, right? If transportation's not an issue for our community, right, then that's a, you know, null point, right? So that's kind of what I was thinking of. I don't think we need a policy right now and then go to the community. I do think, though, going forward, I know as a trustee, I really would like to see a local policy because I want these programs to sustain. I want them to be here for the next 5 to 10 years.
And long range committee for Anna, Alexis, Aaron, if y'all have any thoughts. But I really would like to see a little bit of detail on these before we go to the community.
And also how it's different from what we currently offer, because there's some individual programs, like some STEM-based classes in programming and some of these that you've listed there. So how is this different from that, from what we currently have? Are we just slightly off and we can just switch that, or are we just way off and we need a whole new program? And so that was one thought that I had. And in some cases, well, it's kind of similar, whether some of these are really the improvements that we should be looking at in our programs in general to really up the standard so that it's more interesting. Or there was one of the survey questions or where people were really concerned about what their interest in class. And so whether this is really a way to increase our base standard in some of these areas, but not like a whole program for some of these.
And committee, I think this is excellent work, and I don't want us to stop the work or the process. I just want to make sure when we're going out to the community, we're going to be able to get their feedback and then be able to act on their feedback. So I think that's going to be vital as we move forward. I'm curious for any of our committee members, our administration, if y'all want to speak up. When you were looking at these programs, and these are all fabulous programs, they meet needs in community. I mean, there's tons of different things that are fabulous about them. My question is, do we know if any of these speak to a need to our students in our district that currently don't have needs met? In other words, some of our students may be taking a program, and so it is meeting them, and they can get certification. Or maybe the student go to early college, high school, one of our school of choice. Are we pulling from the same population, or do you feel like these populations meet something that when we were looking at our kiddos who said in extracurricular, they felt like there wasn't something for them? Does this meet for some of our kids who feel like there's not something for them right now?
So there were a lot of questions in there, and I'll try to tick them off the list quickly. First of all, relative to a policy, at some point, I think it would behoove us to have discussions that would lead us to coming to an agreement on some parameters to put into policy. That could really make or break the success of our schools of choice, and specifically in regards to access and ensuring that there are no barriers to access for certain segments of our population. So secondly, just speaking to, let's see, which one should I do first? What we have, what would be different from what we have on some programs that we have on some of our comprehensive campuses. I think there are some programs here or some specializations here that are different, but I would just like to say that regarding our comprehensive high schools, the vast majority of our students, that is the best place for them. When we're talking about a STEM high school, we're not talking about 2,000 or 3,000 kids. We're talking about 500 kids, maybe a couple hundred more. So they're specializations. And what's different about them, because we do have engineering, we do have health professions, we have almost everything. There is the ability. We're committed to, no matter what happens here, to maintaining and actually continuing to improve the opportunities that we have on our comprehensive high schools. But what schools of choice do or enable students to do is to dig deeper with a single-mindedness that only a small segment of our population really has the desire to do, or they know what they want to that extent. So we want to, we would be working and taking a lot of care with our counselors and with our families to ensure that that is a good fit for a student and they know exactly what they're gaining as far as depth and breadth of a particular content area or, an instructional model versus the things that they might be giving up that a comprehensive high school has to offer. In regards to Madam President's questions around, or kind of thoughts and comments around making sure that there's enough, I'm interpreting it as making sure that there's enough information in the hands of our community to make informed decisions. And maybe I'm making that up, but because I've been thinking a lot and we've been talking about that convergence of passions and interests and also the research on occupational trends. So the thing that we've been wrestling with is how to get the information on what's on the occupational trends and the research, in making sure that people kind of just glance at it or know about it, and how, so that they can keep that in mind as they talk about with their students, their children, like what are they interested in, as they think about what would be something that would be useful or relevant for their child. Because I do think there is a ton of interest out there, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, listen to those and speak to those. It is incredibly useful to find out where the jobs are going to be and take that into consideration as well. So that is something I think is going to be very important. Not sure how to do it in a way that doesn't just, we're working on how to not have it take an inordinate amount of time or have people not, how do we get information to people so that there is a level of detail, like what you asked for earlier, and they are making an informed decision about what they want to see us offer.
And there's a balance, because I'm not also saying that we need to fully bake out all these programs and have all the details and all there's some type of balance where the community knows a little bit about what the expectations are and what there is, but I'm not asking the committee to work on all of that or work out a full-fledged policy. I don't think that's realistic. I think our community's spoken. We want to address these things that our community is asking for. Perhaps would the long-term committee consider maybe getting a little more of like what they expect to roll out to the community and then just bring it to us so we're all kind of on the same page?
We could definitely do that. And also the thing I neglected to mention earlier when I was talking about the research is that especially to Dr. Gearing's point with like STEM and health professions and fine arts academies, there are a lot of excellent examples of schools of choice with those specializations in Texas, and we looked at a ton of those, and some of you have looked at a ton of those and have dug into the links we've shared and things like that. But so those are some things where we can look at some of the others. We have looked at some of the other schools, and there's models. There are some models. Now the Ready, Set, Teach, that would be something we'd be kind of inventing.
Yes.
But
I think I'm going to steal Trish's word from earlier this week. There's layers, and so I think in our conversations, we had layers, right? We have some facilities that could be a STEM school, right? And make it more robust. It's already an existing campus, right? Or we've already have 3-year-olds through 5th graders on a campus, but it has room for enrollment. And so I think we talked about things that are layers. So it's not going out and building new schools, but we do have the opportunity for that also. And so I think it's a varied approach where, yes, okay, maybe we go out and we get Dell to partner with us to build a healthcare professional school of choice, you know, right? And do a robust programming, right? But then we have existing facilities where we can add on and grow and use that facility to the maximum capacity and open it up to students in the district, all across the district, and provide that access.
My question is kind of related to that. I know we can't do all of them. We're not going to do all of them. But to Alexis's point right there, some of our schools have really robust programming already in some of these areas. And so what I wonder around that is, does it have to even be a school of choice? Can it just be something, if we're at a campus where we see declining enrollment and they have one of these already, you know, and we can just really open the transfer system for students to go to those high schools and then create a more solid transportation system for students to be able to do that. Does it have to be a school of choice? And what I'm thinking about, and I'll just say it, is Vandergrift. We've talked about the declining enrollment at Vandergrift. They have the biggest, giantest robotics manufacturing facility out of all of our campuses. And so it doesn't have to be that they're going to a STEM high school, but they're going to a traditional, you know, high school that also has a really strong STEM program. So that's where I wonder, like, when we're looking at all of these choices, maybe it doesn't have to be a school of choice. Well, that school is already there. So why can't we just open the enrollment doors and really promote it, sell it, and work on the transportation to that school and think about more of a campus and school of choice that is not already, if we're looking at other facilities, you know, that doesn't exist.
I think that's fair, and it's like, how do you build that policy, right? So that's the conversation, because I do think that was one we looked at, and I think that would be an amazing add to that facility. And so, yeah, it's just how do we ready, set, go on that.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Alexis. You make an excellent point. I think it can be a yes and conversation as well. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I envision that during the policy discussion, this would definitely, those conversations are already happening. And if, you know, you are opening up access, there are, while every one of our comprehensive high schools has a wide variety of offerings, some of them also have specific offerings that other students do choose to attend, like your ROTC or your automotive, things like that. And but it is limited. The access is limited, and there are some ways we can look at how we would be able to open up those opportunities as well, and also really be able to dig in and dig deeper, and then get to those real life experiences that we saw was kind of low on our survey, on our student survey, relative to internships, job shadowing, things like that.
So then let me ask the committee, I mean, how do you feel about adding a couple more pieces on this based on these discussions, so that we have some type of outline of what's going to go to the community, right? Is that the next step, is to take it to the community?
It is, and I just want us to keep in mind that this work is going to end up happening in tandem with the conversations that will be had with the community facilities advisory committees and a future bond proposal.
And that's up on our next item. Won't
Yes,
get too
ma'am.
far ahead, but assuming they end up meeting and discussing, I see no reason why they wouldn't have the information y'all have and know the direction you're having. But before we start sending out to the community, is that okay to have y'all add what it is we're going to send out to the community, so then we can talk about it?
I think we've kind of touched a little bit on this in some of our committee meetings, but haven't gone into depth because we wanted to see what would come out of it. But I know there was some discussion, we have programs like cosmetology, right? And culinary. How do we define that between like a robotic STEM or, those were some of the conversations we've had, and what does that look like? Like Alexa said, it's a lot of different layers. And once we peel those layers back, you'll see when it fits in with the long range plan, where we were going with this. And now with this data, I feel like that this really helps our committee, at least I'm assuming. It's gonna drive that conversation even better. And especially when we go to the community and get student feedback and our parent feedback, I think that's really going to truly define where we're going with this.
So I know that we're focusing on the programs because that's the whole title of this, but I just keep looking at that first bar, one on the theme from the thought exchange, the social and emotional learning. Just to know what's being done about that for the high school level.
So I will, I can share that in a Friday memo and work with Steve Clark, our Director of Counseling, to provide you some more detailed information. We can also bring it back as a future presentation, if that pleases you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. And can we look at bringing the update on what's going out to the community? Because I know there's so many pieces moving. Can we bring an update from the committee back I don't want to say the next board meeting because I know y'all have to meet, but in a future upcoming board meeting, let's get that on the agenda.
Relative to schools of choice or
Yes.
social emotional learning? Okay.
Schools of choice.
Got it.
For what is it going to look like, just so the board
Sure.
gets an update? Because what happens is these surveys go out, and then all of a sudden you have a parent or your parents, teachers calling you going, wait, maybe, I don't know, all of a sudden all the questions happen, and it's important for us all to be on the same page of what is this that we're sending out to the community. So if you could just refine it, bring it back to us.
So I'm hearing you say bring a draft of what we're going to be asking.
Just kind of what it looks like.
I thought I was hearing as well, and I'd love, just shoot me some email with your thoughts on what maybe a wording for a transportation question might look like, or an access question. Okay. And then you all can give me feedback if that fits in with what we're trying to do or not.
All right. We'll move on to our next agenda item. Discuss the communication process for the Long Range Planning Committee 10-year plan.
Good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustees. Thanks to Russell for the lemon honey water. I'm going to try to get through this without coughing the whole time, so bear with me here. So tonight I'm here to discuss a proposed plan to inform and educate our Leander ISD community about the recent 10-year plan that we brought to you back in June. I apologize. So, again, the purpose tonight is just to be fully transparent with our community about our plans to address growth in Leander ISD over the next 10 years. We know it's important that we not only inform our community, but that we also educate them on the plan. I think we just showed right now that there are still components of the plan that might be a little bit unclear, even for the 7 of you. And so we know that if there are a little bit of confusion here, there might also be some misunderstandings or some confusion out of the community as well. So we definitely want to clear that up. And we want to give our community a chance to give us some input on the plan. As Gloria mentioned a few minutes ago, right, we're looking at district leaders, campus leaders, but also the parental component of that, right? What are they wanting for their family, and then how best do we roll this out as we know there will be an impact to families in the district. So as we know, back in November of 21, our bond did not pass. And so as a Board of Trustees, you convened the Long Range Planning Committee. And Mr. Johnson, Ms. Grimes, and Mrs. Smith sat on that committee with us throughout the spring. And you tasked us with developing a facilities plan for the next 10 years. And so again, we met multiple times. We looked at demographic data, enrollment projections, and building utilization, and really put together a plan that we believe meets all of those criteria on the screen right there. We used a variety of approaches to make this happen, with our main goals being prioritizing fiscal responsibility and strengthening the student experience. And you'll see the approaches that are listed on the screen. We know that seeing the words on there and actually talking through them are two different things. And so that's what we're here tonight, is to kind of talk through how might we be able to share this with our community. So as we mentioned to you back in June, we believe that some of the benefits of this plan are the indefinite postponement of High School 8 as well as Elementary School 34, allowing us to defer construction costs for multiple schools. And then, of course, as Dr. Bentz just shared with you, being able to identify areas that might be able to host schools of choice throughout the district. So what we would like to do, what we're proposing, is hosting some community forums. And again, this is a very rough draft, so I'm open to feedback and input from you, but kind of what we are thinking at the moment is that, again, an opportunity to get in front of our community and really let them understand the plan, right? What conversations went into it, and more than just the end product, truly understand the process that went behind the decisions that were ultimately made on this 10-year plan. So what we envision hosting is 6 of these community forums, one in each of our feeder patterns. Ideally, this would be late August, early September. Again, as Dr. Bent said, we want to make sure people are back in the buildings, and we don't want to host a community event like this without our community present. So we'd like to do this in August and September, and kind of what we're looking at is really doing an overview of the 10-year plan, helping people understand how we came up with the plan, and then offering some breakout sessions to really go into some of those components a little more. It might be Dr. Bentz and Dr. Carlene talking about schools of choice and what we envision that looking like in Leander. Maybe Jimmy's up there talking about our zoning processes and how we've talked zoning in the past, but also how zoning might look different when we're using it to relieve some overcrowding and not necessarily opening a new school. And then finally, as we talk about modified utilization, we really want to get some community input on how that should roll out in Leander ISD. What is going to be best for families and students, and maybe people have experiences in other districts, but we've never done this here in Leander. So really going out to the community and asking them, what should this look like when we roll this out? So that's kind of what we envision those community forums looking like. We know that it'll be important, as Ms. Bodie, you just mentioned a moment ago, before we go out to the community, that we have an understanding even at the board level. So what we'd like to propose is that maybe we, in a couple of weeks at an upcoming board meeting, do and have an opportunity for our 3 board members who served on this committee to actually walk through some more of the details with you all. It could almost be a trial run for us going out to our community forums, but let Mr. Johnson, Mrs. Grimes, and Mrs. Smith really talk you through that data that we dug into and how all of that allowed us to make the decisions that we make. Again, we know that this is a 10-year draft, right? We know this is a plan that's going to constantly be reviewed annually, and so what we'd like to do is, come back to you in September after we have held these community forums, get the Long Range Planning Committee back together to review that input, and then bring that plan back to you before we actually start implementation of that plan. I also envision after that there's an annual demographic report that we present, and then that data is then also looked at, and then the 10-year plan is adjusted if needed. It may be that areas are growing faster than we anticipated or more slowly, and so maybe there might be a need to adjust that a little bit. So I kind of envision this every time we bring the demographic report, we then simultaneously follow that up with an update on the long-range plan. So I'm going to stop right now and just kind of see what questions or comments you might have or things that we should think through.
I love that we're going to get an update from the demographic report this year, considering Leander is one of the fastest growing cities. So I'm looking forward to that update and our committee reconvening when we do get that information. One of the questions I do have is, where does early college, New Hope High School fit into this? Because they're kind of their own feeder patterns. And what about our parents new to the district that have like 4- and 5-year-olds? Like, how are we going to get that information out? Because essentially they will be impacted by this, this long-range plan, but how are we going to get that input? Are we just going to blast it to anybody who lives in here? Come have your feedback? What does that look like?
Yes, ma'am. When we say feeder patterns, we're truly looking at anybody. So if you live in the Rouse feeder, but you can't attend on that evening, you would absolutely be welcome to attend the Glenn High School, or it would just be strategically making sure that we are hosting them in each of our 6 high school communities, whether that would be at the high school campus or middle school. We're still obviously having to work around open house and back to school and all the other events that are starting, but ideally we would be able to say we wouldn't expect the Vandergrift community to drive to the other side of Leander for one of those meetings. So we want to be able to go to our community. You bring up a great point about early college and New Hope, though, and I'll follow up and make sure that there are specific invitations to them to let them know they can attend any of the sessions. Thank you.
And I hate to do this, but I'm going to echo the same comments I did before, which the board just needs to know, or I'll be on the same page of what is in the plan that's going to go to the community. I think part of the word that keeps throwing me is plan. So I assume it's going to be a document that I'll read through and it'll tell me all the outline. I think there is some of that, and it will get there, and it'll get there in a living document type way because it'll have to be changed. But there are certain parameters and outlines that are going in place to make the plan. And I think that is what you're wanting community input on. But I'd like to really see us do that workshop as a board so we all understand what is the community going to be asked again and what the plan actually does. Because I'm concerned. I want to make sure we're all on the same page before we move forward too quickly and we're like, wait, what happened again?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to really dive through that and really kind of talk through all those parts, because it's big and we've had some discussions of it, but then I also worry about the community forums at that time of open house and everything else happening at that same time. I just think that is the craziest time on our campuses. And as a parent, you're going to, like, every kid's open house, meet the teacher, you know, start a band, start a robotics, start a football, it's a lot. And when you have, and so I just don't know if that's the right time to do community forums when our parents are already, there's so many back to school events and start of activity events happening at that same time. I just think that's a lot to ask them, and I wonder what kind of engagement we're really going to get during that time.
Does it hurt us? I kind of echo that. Does it hurt us at all to bump it a little bit into the fall? I don't.
I think I'll wait for Jimmy to do the next item. I think we were also trying to consider the CFAC, and knowing that CFAC, the timing of when those individuals would be meeting, and for them to have an overview of the plan as they plan for future new schools, for schools of choice. So it's very interconnected, and so that was the intentionality behind scheduling them when we did. We're definitely flexible though, but that was the thought process.
And I don't know if I hear us saying necessarily, let's not, I mean, y'all have done a lot of research. I don't see why CFAC can't benefit from the research and understand the discussions. I'm just, until the board knows more about it, before we send it out to the community to make all these final pieces. I mean, we're talking about a 10-year plan here. So it would, before we could do a community forum, definitely we need to have something where the board's all on the same page of what is in this document.
And how, do you have a night, is this expected to be like a 1 hour event, or how long is it? Because if it's short enough, maybe you can piggyback on some of those events, and if it's just a 30-minute and just add to it, or some people don't want that.
At the moment, I have a really rough draft in my head, and we're kind of envisioning it to be a general overview that everybody could attend, and to get some information on the plan and how the plan was devised, and then additional sessions for people if they want to learn further information. But I wouldn't recommend adding it on to an already busy evening. I would want a parent to come to open house to meet the teacher and be a part of that with their child, and then this could be a separate event. So
go ahead, Chris. I hear what y'all are saying, because this is a 10-year plan. This is going to affect everyone in our district, teachers, students, and parents. I don't know who I told Bruce, I didn't really ask, but I thought it would be great to have a workshop just on long-range plan so the board can get down into the data, understand why the committee did the work, what was the reasoning behind it, but most importantly, it's showing the community, this is the plan that you told us, we failed a bond. We went back and we found some solutions that work. And so I personally would like to see a separate workshop. I know we have a ton of meeting, guys, I know. But if we're truly going to get behind this 10-year plan, and if we're really going to ensure that it's going to work, then I really feel like the entire board needs to fully understand why the committee did the work we did and get down into the data.
Will you share what our thought is on how we get this to the board? August 4th.
Yes, I was like, keep going.
Yeah.
Make sure. Yeah,
I
so
can share
August.
it,
Why don't you go ahead, because I know y'all spoke about it today. So.
One thought we had was that on August 4th, which is our next meeting, we could plan a workshop to start that meeting. We don't want to do it out of board meeting time, so we thought we might start at 6:15 and plan that first hour to be just an opportunity for the 3 committee members to speak to the board about the long-range plan. We thought perhaps we could, put some tables here in the middle so that we can get around the tables so that the community can still see and hear that conversation, but we can have a more intimate conversation about what this looks like. We can lay the maps out, do those kinds of things, but that gives the 3 of you an opportunity to really make sure that everybody here has a very clear understanding of what the plan is, what's involved with it, and what that looks like. Before we start the regular meeting, perhaps at 7:30 or so. So that's one way of doing that. It's difficult at this time to schedule a completely separate workshop. We're happy to do that if you want to, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily the best way to do that.
I like your idea.
I think that's great, yeah.
Okay.
Do you anticipate our August 4th meeting to be a very light agenda if we're going to wait until 7:30
We
to
do.
start
That's
it?
what I was about to ask.
Okay.
We do, and August 18th will not be a light agenda because there's some really significant items on that agenda, but I think we can certainly plan for August 4th to be a lighter agenda.
I love that idea. I hate, beginning of the year is crazy. I just want to make sure that we give the board the time to really dig down into that and understand the reasoning and the whys behind it. So I am okay with the 12th.
I want to go ahead.
Sorry. I'm still trying to process that timeline, and maybe I need to talk that through with you in more detail. It just, I want to make sure that we really have enough time to dig through it.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like a 1 hour is just so superficial I feel like we've already had brief discussions of it in here. And I just don't feel like that's gonna give me enough of what I really, so I don't know. I really feel like a board workshop, I know how we all feel about that. It's a lot of time, it's a big commitment from us, but y'all have done a lot of great work on this, and there's a lot of information in there, and.
You mean like a separate workshop is what you're thinking?
Yeah, I just feel like a 1 hour review, that's just not going to do it. I think that's really too superficial to the content that's in there. It's just going to give us more questions.
Right.
And then it's just going to leave me with more questions and not enough to go anywhere.
All right, so it's one voice. I need to look for board consensus. It's not all voices, but I need to see if we have a consensus on workshop.
I second a workshop.
Like a workshop, like a separate meeting. I've got 3 yeses for separate workshop.
I mean, I'm looking at even just going over what will be presented or what is planned to be presented to the public and having breakout sessions and looking at all these other little components. And it just seems like it's a lot to, like we need more time. So workshop can be helpful both with a plan, the long range plan, and an idea of what these breakout sessions could look like.
can your office, Dr. Gehring, get with the board members to see what date might be work for a workshop?
Yeah, and in my opinion, I agree. I think that if we can spend a bigger chunk of time really making sure that the board understands this work, I think that's really beneficial. I think we can push out some of those community forums further into the fall. I think that's a possibility. We'd have to just plan with Jimmy carefully, you know, how the other processes are running in parallel to make sure that we don't miss something in that loop. But I think a lot of those processes can be running in parallel, can start to make that work. So I think making sure that the board has this clear understanding, that we understand exactly what we're taking out to the community,
Right.
that we take the time to do that effectively
I feel like that
and efficiently.
needs to happen before CFAC. Like, that workshop needs to happen so we understand it.
Yeah.
And then it goes to CFAC, and then we start looking after that at community forums. I just, I think it's too, I want to make sure that we all understand everything that's in there. CFAC has really gotten their eyes and their impact, you know, on that as well before we go to that. And then I want to make sure that we're able to do those forums in a really genuine way, that we can really promote them. Because I'm thinking about it, when we say feeder patterns, a lot of times the best way we promote that is through those schools and PTAs and different things like that. And so I'd really like us to really think about how we engage everyone that lives in that feeder pattern that may not have kids that are in the school at all right now, but will have kids in the school in the next year or two. And I think we need to think through all of those steps first.
I agree with you. I just want to make sure, I would still like to recommend that we kick CFAC off and get them started, and so that they can get organized and ready for whenever we're ready to bring them this piece of the work, that they're ready to do that. So.
And I don't think it prohibits CFAC either from getting the information some of the committee's already seen, so that they're, you know, it helps build that bridge. As you're saying, it's running in tandem.
Absolutely.
So.
Yep.
Board members, anything else? Okay.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
And a lot of work here. I just want to say that for the long-term committee, y'all have done a lot of work. So thank y'all for making sure we're all kind of understanding what's going on to our community as we get that community engagement. Excellent job, y'all. All right, we'll move on to consider, look at that, approval of Citizens Facility Advisory Committee process, timeline, and charters.
Good evening. Tonight, I'm going to be talking about the CFAC, and excuse me, this is pretty much the presentation we did last month, but I did want to go back over it because there could be people watching that didn't see it, so we'll educate them about what we're talking about. The CFAC, of course, is where the community comes together and develops a 3 to 5 year plan for the fast growth district. Of course, they'll have timelines and the number of buildings, et cetera. And then for ancillary spaces, any recommendations. And of course, we have used the CFAC for the number, like 7 last bond elections. And so it's a process that the district has used steadily over the years. The structure of it, basically you do have the steering committee, and then high school, middle school, elementary, information technology, ancillary, and we did, since the last board meeting, add another subcommittee in, which is this security subcommittee. We felt that was a critical component we needed to separate and focus on the security of our facilities. And we did not call it safety and security because we want to focus on the security aspects. Safety is always out there, but when you introduce safety, you could pull a whole lot into that subcommittee, and so we wanted to keep it focused on the security of our facilities, and so that's how we ended up with that. Of course, then the actual structure and the flow of information, we have the 6 subcommittees now that will put together their recommendations over the first several months and then feed that to the steering committee. and then the steering committee will apprise the superintendent of what the recommendation is. They'll have, discussions, and then, of course, it gets presented to the school board, the recommendation in January, which then will give the board time to consider the recommendations. Of course, the timeline we're looking at is, if the board chooses to move forward, we would have kickoff meetings in probably early mid-September. At that point, the subcommittees really sort of go out and do a ton of work over the next 2 months in getting their recommendations put together. As we go along, if we were to kick it off, say, mid-September, probably early October, we'd actually have a update meeting for the steering committee like we did the last time. It helps them just to be apprised of what things are being considered and what things could be coming to them in a recommendation. And so if we have one in early October, we might have another one towards the end of October just to keep the steering committee apprised. And then, of course, most likely somewhere in mid-November, they would actually get the recommendation from the subcommittees, and then they would do their work over the next month, and then early January, the recommendation will be bring the recommendation to the full board for consideration. And then if the board chooses to call for an election, it would be, the deadline is February 17th. And then, of course, May 6th would be the election day. Of course, if you choose to move forward, what we'll be needing from the board is, 1 to 2 nominees for the steering committee, and by the August 4th, so we can start putting that together, and then also get, the rest of the committee members filled up, because what we want to do is try to get a good, fair representation across all the feeder patterns in the district. And so, we will have a spreadsheet that we'll be compiling with names and what feeder patterns, so people, as you're getting, nominees, we can try to understand, well, we've already got 2 from that feeder pattern, let's look for someone else just to help keep that split among the feeder patterns. And of course, then in mid-August, we will put a call out to the community for volunteers, and we're looking now for about 225 or 220 volunteers to fill the various subcommittees. And then, of course, we ask them to rank each of their choices. So if their first choice is filled, we'll look for the second. We try to get them, if they're going to volunteer, we're trying to put them somewhere. We want them to help with the committee. And of course, the charters, what's in the presentation are actually red lines and markups. They're not, if you do move forward, the ones we're actually asking to get approved tonight are the ones that are the attachment, and marking them have that available, because it really is a cleaner version. And if you want to go through each one, we can, or if you're good, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Jimmy, I have no problem approving this. Here's my question, though. Given the discussion that we had, that we're going to have a workshop and talk about the long-range plan, does that still work with the way the charter is written? Is they'll use it, and it says and curricular information. So is that okay? Can they? How are you seeing that work?
As far as the timing, as Dr. Gehring mentioned, I believe because the long-range plan is your new building construction, there's a lot of work that they can be doing on the additional requests. There's a ton of requests that come in that they need to be educated about, learn about, and be considered, actually get into consideration. The buildings, if the plan doesn't go forward, long-range plan for some reason, then what will happen is the demographic update will actually need to be used. We'll have to modify the charters, but right now our assumption has been the long-range plan that the board subcommittee has put together is our long-range building plan that we want the CFAC to consider, because it laid out very well. And so that's what our plan is to move forward. And we can bring that to them, October if we need to. That way you have time to go through it.
Excellent. So then no changes as needed to wording. Sounds like we're all still good. So then, board members, I need a motion, or do you have more questions?
I move that the board approve the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee process timeline and charters as presented.
I second.
Have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. Any other conversation, discussion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. We have 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. Any abstentions? 1 abstention. All right, that will conclude that agenda item. Thank you so much, Jimmy. We'll move on to the discussion of the 2022-2023 Superintendent Evaluation Instrument.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Geary. Oh, are you sitting with me? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So we are here tonight to begin discussions around aligning the superintendent evaluation instrument to the district's strategic plan. And actually, some of this should look familiar because it started some of these conversations back in April. So as you know, we have a strategic plan that you all adopted back in February, and that has really laid out the roadmap of how we are going to realize the vision, mission, and the graduate profile. We also, during that April meeting, I talked with you a little bit about some of the work that we've been engaging with our campuses around theory of action, and really looking at if the principal does X, then teachers will be able to do Y, so that students will be able to learn at high levels. The beauty of the theory of action is you actually start with what is it that you want students to do and be able to do and learn, and you work backwards from that. So if this is what students, you want them to be able to do, then teachers need to do this to help to support that, and then what do principals need to do to help drive that work? So we wanted to use this model and take it to that macro level as we think about the board level work, superintendent work, and what we are seeing as how do we realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile. So again, working backwards, if we want to realize the vision, mission, and graduate profile, that roadmap has been detailed in the strategic plan. So we've clearly said, here's what we want to accomplish. So then, if that's what we want to accomplish, then what does the superintendent need to be able to do to drive that work? And we want to clearly detail that out in the superintendent evaluation. So where you've said, here's what we want to hold the superintendent and his team accountable to in order to drive that work. And then we also talked a little bit about what do the Board of Trustees need to do to help to support that work that then drives the superintendent as he's driving the work towards the vision, mission, and graduate profile. And how that's detailed in the board purpose, which we actually have done some work around board purpose statement, goals and evaluation, and the board meeting agendas, which we've just adopted during consent, the board agenda planning calendar that does align to the work of the strategic plan. So you can see all of that coming together. So tonight, we really just want to start the conversation and really digging into the superintendent evaluation and really thinking about, as we are embarking on the 22-23 school year, what is the most important work that you see for Dr. Gearing and team to be engaging in to support and drive the work that's going to get us to that vision, mission, and graduate profile, knowing the strategic plan is a 5-year plan, right? So what's this first year increment that you want to hold Dr. Gearing and us accountable for? So we have a process just to get input to start this conversation. We seem excited about this. This is good. So we're going to just start that conversation now, knowing we're going to gather input, and then there will be other steps to the process. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Martinez to lead us through this next piece.
All right, so we know it's late, and what we would like to do is really just have you think through. So our strategic plan has been established by you, where we have our key strategies, which is our are the things that the community, based on the community's hopes and dreams and the whole involvement that we have with the community, those high leverage strategies are the things that we have said as a system are going to move us forward. And so what we would like you to do, for you all to do tonight, is just to give us some feedback on which of these high leverage strategies, or the things that we're doing as a district, are the most important to you, that you would then like to hold Bruce accountable for, and then also, and therefore hold the rest of the admin team accountable for. So this is a prioritization process where we're going to ask you all to get this initial feedback. Then Sarah and I are going to take it back. We're going to kind of look at it and see what's rising to the top and how we might then be able to design the evaluation document, the template for the evaluation, around what's most important to you all.
Sarah, so when the word, Dr. Martinez, when I hear the word most important, all of them, we adopted the strategic plan, they're all really important. But you also use the word prioritization. And so here's what I'm thinking in my head, so make sure I'm on the right track, is that although I love all of these, and I anticipate the district will continue working to all of these, upgrading our long-range facilities, absolutely, we do that with CFAC, with our long-range plan, reviewing and redesigning system to improve trust and respect with our family engagement. We just talked about that in the engagement process. Like, I don't see us dropping any of these, but I think the question is more of a prioritization of intense focus, like there's some more things we want to dig down, like these are the few things, so we can't pick them all. We need to pick some things that we think we want to dig down into for the first phase of the strategy. So we should probably think of it in several phases.
Yeah, so actually, thank you, that's a wonderful point, is that this is a 5-year plan, and so we're not going to get all of this work done in 1 year, but we need to be super clear, or you all as a board need to be super clear to Dr. Gearing, so he can be super clear with the rest of the organization of what we're going to ensure gets done this year. So these are the things that you think are the most important, that get done this year. And this will be a process then we could go through each year to decide, okay, well, we've made some progress on that, let's shift to this, or we need to continue to hold them accountable in this area. And that way, Dr. Gearing is left with very clear guidance from you as to how to allocate resources, how to direct staff, and manage the change process.
How many dots do we get? What's the weight for each dot?
We're gonna keep it simple. So there's no weight. They're all gonna be the same, and you can have 6 dots. But the intent is that we're going to get down to, reasonably, is what we're telling our campuses, is you need to be working on 3 big things. Those are the things that that's how you're going to move your organization forward. So it is not reasonable to take 20 things and say, these are all of the things I'm going to evaluate you against. So 6 dots, can you handle it? All right. Well, I guess I can. Can I trust you to only choose 6 dots from your little thing, or do I have to hand you 6 dots? You can pick.
I'm like, how many did I use? I'm like, let me look. So there's 6 of each color. So,
Yeah, so you can pick one color.
all right. I only did 6.
Thank you.
I only did
Take this 6. Giving evidence of your. I said I'm gonna take this. Sorry. You guys make it pretty simple.
Brandy snack. I'm so hungry. I need snacks or something. Is there more food back there?
The chocolate cake is
Or like a bag of chips. I need some Doritos.
I need some
Doritos.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, so you can see fairly quickly that your votes did coalesce around certain ones. And so what Sarah and I are going to do is actually take all of that, and we are going to send back out to you a form to get your input. So like, for instance, as we think about creating and implementing processes to identify and eliminate barriers to equitable access to high-quality programs and resources in LISD, right? So if that ends up being one of the pieces of the superintendent evaluation that we want to hold us accountable to, then what are going to be the indicators that show progress? And so we want to get from you, what do you feel like is going to be an adequate show that we are making progress on that? We definitely have ideas that are detailed in the strategic plan, proposed pieces of evidence, but we want to hear directly from you about what those would be so that there's no question when we get into formative evaluations and then that final summative. So we're going to take all of this, we're going to synthesize it. We will be following up next week with just a form to get your input, and then we'll use that to draft, and nope, it's all good, all good. So we'll use that to draft the instrument.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Grissom. We really appreciate that. All right, we'll move to our final agenda here on our open.
One comment before you do that.
Yes.
I just want to point out for the second time tonight the word alignment, and so we're starting to see everything, all these different pieces come into alignment with the strategic plan. So.
It's excellent. All right, it's intentional. I love that. All right, we'll move on to our final item here in open session for the agenda. Consider approval of the delegate and alternate to the Texas Association of School Boards 2022 Delegate Assembly.
I am going to recommend that I be the delegate this year and Alexis as an alternate, and this is why. We've served on the Legislative Action Committee. Is that what we call it? Legislative Committee. But also we've been part of the conversations for our TASB resolutions. I was also appointed to Region 13 Legislative Action Committee alternate, and I also got to go to the grassroots meeting with all the different regions to formulate the TASB resolutions. I was excited to be on the bond one. And also I attended this June the Legislative Action Committee, where we all got to get together and vote for our TASB resolutions, and Trish was voted on the committee. So if y'all are okay with that, I'd like to just serve one more term as the delegate.
I move that Anna Smith be appointed as delegate and Alexis Grimes be appointed as the alternate to the 2022 Texas Association of School Boards Delegate Assembly.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Christine. Any other discussions? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. 1 abstention. We'll go ahead and move now into closed session. It is 10:31. We are going to closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071. Consultation with the attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074. Personnel deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821. Deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identified identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of area superintendent. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Leander Extended Opportunity Center LEO principal. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of River Place Elementary School principal. There is no action taken in closed. We will return back to open for any action.
As soon as you don't do it, yeah, well, they want to see it. Of course. That's why. I just try to make sure.
Board members, it is 10:57. We are back in open session. A couple of things. Board meeting debrief. I'll get the information on the debrief responses from Leander, the meeting we did with City of Leander, for any changes or updates we want to do in the future. I'm also going to look for this meeting, what things worked and didn't. So board meeting debrief, if you didn't fill out the link, please make sure you go do so. And before you leave, because Laura Lynn will take that paper, let's not make her stay any later than necessary. Please go do the hot dots. We've got how do you feel you did governance work, and how are you feeling about hopeful, energized for the students in our district. Without further ado, we'll call for the motions out of closed.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Kristen Alex for School Improvement Area Superintendent, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Sade. Are there any questions? No questions. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. 1 abstention.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Amy Sharp for principal at River Place Elementary School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented, in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. Okay. Do you want me to do it again? Okay. All right. No nays and 1 abstention. All right. Next.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented, in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. 1 abstention.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for term, probationary, and non-Chapter 21 for teacher contract renewals as presented, in accordance with salary scales, policies, and contracts of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
Motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays. And 1 abstention.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented, in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Sade, a second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. Any nays? No nays, and 1 abstention. All right. Board members, it is 11 o'clock. We are adjourning before tomorrow. We have reached the end of our agenda, so if there's no objection, we will go ahead and adjourn.